All right, we're live, y'all. We'll go ahead and start the countdown. Just kick things off. What's up? And what up, y'all? Welcome to the 2021-2022 end of the year celebration for the Scholastic Fellows and Mentors. My name is Jarrell Batak. I am the director of the Scholastic Fellow Program and Esports Scholastic Instructional Coach. And I'm joined here today by some of our friends from the community. Why don't y'all introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'll go first. I am JD Williams. I'm an instructional technology coach in the Levine Elementary School District, which is in the South Phoenix area. And I've had an esports club for about 3 years and been a NASEF fellow, mentor, and community leader.
And he's got a sweet background. I'm Angelique Giannis. I'm an English teacher in San Diego, California, and I'm also a community leader with NASEF.
I'll go ahead and go next.
Yeah, please.
Hi, my name's Tyler Hahn. I'm the director of the Cherokee Public Library in Cherokee, Iowa, and I'm one of the NASEF community leaders.
Oh, I think you're muted, Alex.
Check that audio. We'll jump over to David. David, what's up?
Hello, I'm not a community leader, but I'm here for the vibes. I'm a NASEF mentor this year. I'm from Mexico. I work for Anahuac Mexico Esports and generally help people around Latin America to develop their programs and high school and middle school programs around esports and scholastic esports. Hopefully Alex can...
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had the wrong thing set.
As always, all good.
I'm Alex Gibson. I am a NASEF mentor this year. I was a fellow last year while I was a teacher, and since then I've moved on to Harrisburg University as the Director of Secondary Services, where I work with our partnerships with high schools, not only in the club level, but in college and the high school and dual enrollment.
All right. Let's see. So just wanted to give everyone kind of a rundown of what we'll be doing today. We'll start things off with a couple video clips just introducing all of the fellows and mentors, as well as some congratulation videos from NASEF leadership. We'll have some time to kind of have a conversation around all of the experiences that all of the fellows, mentors, and leaders have had over the course of the academic year. And then we'll spend some time playing some games. And then we'll also do some curriculum walkthroughs and really showcase some of the amazing work that fellows have accomplished this year. Let's see. It looks like we got a couple other folks that wanted to jump in. JD, do you mind just posting that StreamYard link in our community Discord, just in case anyone wants to jump in? But we'll go ahead and kick things off with an intro video and a congratulations video from NASEF leadership. So I'm going to go ahead and play that now. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. My name is Todd Harris, and I'm chairman of the board for NASEF. I'm coming to you close to live here June 9th, this beautiful atrium. We're about to do a Brawlhalla tournament. There's a lot of setup going on behind us. And I really just want to congratulate everyone for completing the NASEF Fellows Program, and of course, express appreciation for your contributions to NASEF. NASEF is all about positive student outcomes via esports, and we couldn't do any of our work without passionate educators who are contributing to the community of learning. And the fellows, it really all starts with you. So, of course, we had an exceptional group this year with more countries represented than ever before. And again, I'll keep this short, but thank you. Continue to spread the good word of NASEF back in your home state or your home country. And of course, I also want to share my appreciation for Jarrell, who, as always, knocked it out of the park, even during some challenging times with COVID and everything else. Thanks again. Students will benefit from your efforts.
Greetings, NASEF Fellows for Cohort 3. This is Gerald Solomon, Founder, Executive Director of NASEF. You truly exemplify everything we stand for, from our values to our core beliefs on how you can connect learning and play. And the work you do and everything you've created and your leadership is truly exemplary for everything that we stand for and want to accomplish. My personal thanks and thanks from everyone within the sphere and ecosystem of who NASEF is for the wonderful work you do. And we're here to continue to support you and do everything we can to spread really what we're trying to do in order to help students thrive and grow. Thank you so much.
Hello, Scholastic Fellows. My name is Claire LaBelle. I am the Director of Communications at NASEF. And I am just coming to you to say congratulations. It has been an exciting year of development, of learning, of collaborating for all of you. And I know that the curriculum that you have developed that will now be in the NASEF Community Library is going to be meaningful and impactful for educators and students in years to come. And I just really hope that this year has been a great one for you. I know that you do a lot of collaboration within the community. To be honest, I'm a little bit jealous of that. I don't have a community like the one that you do. And just the way that you are able to bounce things off of each other and improve your work and steal ideas from other people and apply them. I think that all is fantastic. And that is what a learning community is all about. So I'm glad that you've been a part of that individually and collectively. And I would just like to say, if there's anything that you need ever, if you have done something awesome and you want to amplify it, please reach out and let me know. I'd be more than happy to do that. I know that all of us here at NASEF want to support you in any way that we can. And I hope you feel the same about us, because trust me, I'm probably still going to come to you and ask you to help us with helping people understand scholastic esports and understand the benefits. So I will be knocking on your door or sending you emails for sure. But in this moment, I just want to say thank you. Congratulations. It's been a great year, and I can't wait to see what you do next.
Hello, everybody. Kevin Brown here from NASEF, the Director of Global Education and Training. And just want to take a moment to say greetings to the graduating class of 2022 for the Scholastic Fellows Program. My hearty congratulations. Herzlich Glückwunsch. Taina al Sadiqtun. Mai tumelo. Honto ni sotsugure omedetou gozaimasu. Felicidades a todo el mundo. I'm so proud of all of you. Graduating class number 3. This program gets bigger every single year, and thanks to the immense work of every single one of you, you're helping to propagate this wonderful idea of scholastic invention and education through the means of esports. Go out, do good things, take what you've learned, share with others, try it in class, break it, come back and do it again. So glad to have you among us. Look forward to seeing with you, all of you, with future events with NASEF. Again, congratulations. Well done.
Hi, Scholastic Fellows of 2021 and 2022. This is Carolyn Navarro, Administrative Assistant with NASEF. And I just wanted to take a minute to tell you all congratulations for what you've accomplished this year. Connecting learning and esports is a unique opportunity to support this next generation. Continue to do good things with esports and learning. And I just wanted to say congratulations again.
Hi, this is Angie, Marketing Coordinator for NASEF, the North America Scholastic Esports Federation. And I just want to say congratulations to our NASEF Scholastic Fellows, Mentors, and Community Leaders for the 2021 to 2022 season. Thank you for all the effort you put in for your students. I know Scholastic Esports is a relatively new field, and it comes with a lot of challenges, and I know that you've done so much to make it a reality for your students. You've worked so hard, you've accomplished great things, and today is about really celebrating you. So it's your day to shine. Thank you again, and congratulations.
Hello, Scholastic Fellows. Coming to you from Atlanta, Georgia. My name is Nabil Ismail. I'm the CTO of NASEF. Super excited about everything you guys do, everything you accomplish. Jarrell always telling me all kind of stuff about the program, and I can't hear enough about it. Super appreciative of everything that you guys do to contribute to esports education around the world. And congratulations on everything that you've done this year. And looking forward to everything we're going to be doing together in the upcoming years. Thank you. I appreciate you all, and congratulations.
All right, and we are back. Let's bring a couple folks. Looks like we had a few joined in. Those of you that joined in, you want to jump in and quickly introduce yourselves to our audience.
Hi, everyone. I'm Regina Schaefer. I'm in New Jersey in the public library. I am a NASEF mentor this year, and I'm happy to be here.
Hey.
I'll go next. I'm Jim. I am also in New Jersey. I was a fellow this year. Excited to be here for the end of the year celebrations.
Great. So, we have another video that we're going to queue up to introduce all the Scholastic Fellows. But I guess before we start there, for those of you that are here, do you have anything that you'd like to kind of share in terms of congratulations to the fellows and mentors this year? Feel free to jump in.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in. I was so impressed by the work and collaboration and the drive of all of these educators. It wholly inspired me this year to go ahead and continuing firing on and blazing forward with my program as well. And I met so many new educators, not only from here in the US, but worldwide, to go ahead and collaborate and connect with. So you all did amazing work, and I can't wait to see what you do going forward.
Yeah, piggybacking off of Tyler, it's just awesome to see how much this program has grown. Like we were part of the first Scholastic Fellow group, and it was so small. And now I feel like it's just morphed into this giant community, just watching the Discord just go off every day with all the cool things that people are doing and all the celebrations. And it's just been so awesome to see everything kind of expand to what it is today. It's inspiring. Like Tyler said, it keeps me motivated to keep doing things when you feel like you're alone in your own school. So super excited to see it continue to grow.
Yeah, definitely. Just seeing the range of educators and community organizations that have joined us, and just being able to have like a more diverse group to ask questions of, and just bringing all those people in and having that community to work together has been great. So thank you to all of you that are joining us.
I really liked how this cohort was so global this year, that I got to meet people from all over the world who are doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing that we're trying to do here in the US. So for me, that was the most inspiring.
I think the whole community in general is just so awe-inspiring and so amazing and wonderful to bounce ideas off of, to be there for support for each of us when we're having rough times, going through troubles with technology or, whatever it may be. Just having all these people to bounce ideas off of and frustration has been an amazing experience this year.
Yeah, I also think with what Regina said, the entire global impact that this has, we've had such a wider range of educators and youth advocates from across more than just the US join us this year. And that inspiration, the connection helped, not only gain us as educators a connection, but some of our students then a global connection.
I guess I'm more just impressed about how just nice people end up here. Like everybody's just super nice, super cool, and ready to help out. So I think that's the nicest thing. I don't know how it happens. Maybe it's just the topic that really joins us. But I think that's amazing. That everybody here is just happy to be here and happy to help. And I love that.
Well, I appreciate that. And I will say it has been extremely exciting this year to have such a global community. Like Angelique said, we had, our inaugural year in 2019 with a national cohort. We were a small but mighty group, but we've now ended our third year with participants from 14 countries, which is super exciting. And just to give everyone out there that's listening in, if you haven't heard what the Scholastic Fellow Program is, it's a global community of practice. And we run a 9-month program, really just meeting once a month to share best practices, talk about some of the different strategies that we're utilizing within the classroom or our programs. We really work together to design and develop curriculum, which we ultimately develop to share for the rest of the world to utilize to help support the growth of scholastic esports. If you're interested in learning more, I definitely encourage you to check us out. You can go to the URL down below. Applications are actually live right now for the next cohort for the 2022-2023 year. I definitely encourage you to learn more about the community, check out that application. And if you're an educator from whatever organization, you could be in the classroom, outside the classroom, we really encourage you to consider joining this global community because we're really trying to push forward how we can help support young people in identifying those unique college and career pathways, their interests and passions for gaming and esports. So with that said, I want to introduce you all out there to our global community this year. So I'm going to go ahead and run a clip. I know a lot of the fellows and mentors are probably going to hate me for this because this is their intro videos. But it'll be nice because everyone will get to know you all in a raw and real format. So we'll go ahead and run that now.
Hi there, my name is James Fraser Murison and I am a NASEF mentor, no less. I've had a wonderful experience in the last 12 months as part of the current NASEF process and application, made many a new friend, networked, and also been able to kind of help push out the first ever esports BTEC that I've helped write, open up the first ever esports arena in the UK for post-16, written a chapter for esports and education with one or two other friends in NASEF world, and generally just had a fantastic time being able to kind of meet new people, as I say, try new experiences. I've even enjoyed doing the assignments, believe it or not. So what I would like to do is to kind of continue that journey really in terms of being able to offer the experience that I've had, being able to possibly nurture and mentor and sort of understand the different kind of opportunities, but also the challenges that new NASEF fellows are about to embark on, but being able to share also the many fails that I've had along the way, particularly in the last 18 months, and being able to kind of share my journey from that and making sure that those kind of pitfalls are avoided.
Hi, I'm Regina Schaefer. My first goal would be to ensure that everyone has a voice. I realize, being in this space for a while, that even people who've been in it don't always feel confident, included, or that they have a voice that's being heard. So that will empower them to create something that they're passionate about and fits the need of their community. Second would be to further develop my coaching and mentor skills and toolbox. I've been mentoring and coaching people just in the education space or ed tech space for so long. So I definitely need or want to be able to develop what that looks like concretely in the esports space, so I can continue to effectively be a voice for equity. I'll always be a voice for equity. That's just who I am.
Hello. My name is Alexander Gibson from William Penn Senior High School, and I'm from York, Pennsylvania. Goals that I'm hoping to accomplish while in the mentor program would be to help support NASEF and my fellows in their curriculum development. I want to continue to improve on the curriculum that I'm using and be able to work with the other fellows and mentors to continue networking and collaborating on some of our projects and curriculum outcomes.
Hello everyone, I'm David Amaro Ruiz from Mexico. I'm working for Anáhuac Mexico Esports and Prepa League Mexico. Hola, mucho gusto, soy David Amaro, trabajo para la Universidad de Anáhuac México en su departamento de esports, así como en Prepa League México, organizador de eventos de esports. During the last year, under the fellow program, we started a couple events. We managed to produce 2 tournaments, one with around 40 teams, then the second one with around 200 teams. My vision is to help as much people as I can to grow this community. I've been surprised with how glad people are to work here with the Scholastic Esports community, how open they are to share everything. And I think we can further develop that in Latin America.
Hello, my name is Rubik and I am from Mexico City. I'm living right now between Mexico City and Tlaxcala, which is another close state. My goals as a scholastic mentor is keep improving in the fundamentals we built this last year and make a collaborative program with scalability, considering on hybrid format, especially because we are living in changing times. And what special I can say about me is I am totally into video games this year. I am developing my video game in collaboration with 2 colleagues, and I'm super happy for that. I'm also more into the video game development industry in my country, and now my slogan is don't stop playing and don't stop learning, and I think that's gonna be super useful for this new year. So see you soon. Bye.
Hello, my name is Taylor Yazel. I've been a video gamer for ever. My first video game was Resident Evil when I was 5 years old. My uncle was babysitting me and he wasn't paying very close attention, so I got to go off and check out his PlayStation, and I got a lot more than I was ready to handle. I've also always been interested in education. In college, I got a degree in secondary education for English. I did student teach for a little while. I actually started my career as a speech and debate coach, and I really did enjoy that. So when I moved out to California, I got into expanded learning, where I realized very quickly that I could take on a capacity as a role model that could show them, I'm not there to harp on them for their grades. I'm to show them some of the things that they could achieve outside of the classroom, help them with things like college visits, what real life looks like after you get out of high school. My first goal that I really want to achieve is by bringing more of my female students into the esports room. I really think that it is a male-dominated club, but I don't think there's a good reason for that. I think that we have many girl gamers out there at Magnolia that just don't have quite the opportunity to participate like the boys do, and I think that's absolutely a shame. The second thing I would like to do is I would like to make sure that, just like we have homecoming and court warming for football or basketball games, I want to make sure that esports is involved in that as well, and that my student athletes are being recognized for their contributions to these after-school clubs. So like at pep rallies or assemblies, they're right there next to the football players, they're right there next to the basketball players, and they're being recognized for their talents as well as their hard work and their representing of their alma mater.
Hello, NASEF. Guess what? This is Bradford Harris, and I am back. So some goals that I have as I'm reading this on the side of being a mentor for the school year. Basically, I really want to keep promoting what it means to have Scholastic Esports as a teacher, as a director, as an administrator in this space, especially now that we are all back in school. We are in this, I'm going to say, hybrid blended space. We're all coming back after a strong pandemic. What does this mean now? What does this look like now? We've done a lot of this in the virtual space, or we haven't done it at all. So now I think I have an excellent opportunity to really show what I've learned in the virtual space, or try to implement in the virtual space, and learn from even the fellows and even other mentors and even, of course, other past fellows on what does this look like in, let's say, quote, a normal year. So I'm really super excited to show the new fellows what I have learned this past year and give them some guidance in this year.
Hey everybody, my name is Travis Witt. I just got done with our last 2-a-day out here for football. In addition to that, I'm also an ELA teacher and the head general manager of Park Esports, which I'm rocking my Park gear. I spent last year as a Scholastic Fellow, really kind of getting in the mix of how do we put Scholastic Esports in the classroom, how can I provide better opportunities for my kids, and how can I connect kids from Racine, Wisconsin to Scholastic gamers across the globe. And I had a lot of fun and learned a lot about how to connect that community and build those connections and relationships that really make sure that my students and my program can continue to grow. One of my goals for being a Scholastic mentor is really bringing more opportunity to my kids. I want to make sure that even the students in Racine, Wisconsin, who are a low-income school, get connections globally. I want to make sure that they build relationships with students from across the world through gaming. The other thing I really want to make sure to do is make sure Racine, Wisconsin is a hub for Scholastic Esports. We have 5 esports teams in the district currently. I want to make Racine, Wisconsin the Midwestern hub of Scholastic Esports. I think that we have a lot that people can learn from, a lot that we can teach other people to make, building a program at the high school level a little bit easier. I also hope to help my community build middle school programs and elementary school programs so we really can give those opportunities of Scholastic Esports to everybody. I really look forward to building community with fellows and really supporting them in the ways that I think that I do best. As a traditional sports coach, it was really easy for me to start my program by packaging it in a way that traditional activities directors and athletic directors and admin groups are used to, right? What are the things that we can learn from esports that kind of sync up with traditional sports? Talking about how do we deal with adversity? How do we communicate? How do we work on teamwork? All these real skills that students will need to be successful. How does esports provide an opportunity for that, just in the same way that traditional sports do?
Good day. My name is Mr. Garkai Kajau. I am an educator at General Smith High School, which is located in Vereeniging Town in a province called Gauteng in South Africa. I teach technology grade 8, grade 9. I also teach automotive, which is mechanical technology, grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12. In 2020 to 2021, I was a fellow with NASEF, and it was a very enriching exercise. I need to point out that I was learning a lot of things. Most of the things that I was doing, they were new to me, and I was learning a lot. Though I was building the ship as I was sailing. Some of the major goals that I do have are, firstly, to provide the constructive and unbiased feedback to fellows and also to learners as I continue to nurture learners, especially those that are part of my club and fellows across the globe as they implement the NASEF curriculum. In addition to that, I wish to find a sustainable fundraising model for other fellows and also for my club.
My name is Lindy Meiser. I am from Pottsboro, Texas. I started out as a library director and I came into esports with an existing program and I saw what worked and what didn't. I started working with the Department of Juvenile Justice and I started doing curriculum for incarcerated youth. I've moved on now to at-risk youth, and now we are starting lower income. I started a new nonprofit. It's called Esports Texhoma. We are providing housing and scholarships now for teens who are being released from facilities. We are focusing on STEM, life skills, job skills, anything that can help them understand that they get a fresh start when they get out. I have a building now. We're working on renovations. We're going to set it up as a computer lab and rent it out at night as a gaming place to cover the costs. I've got it zoned by the city.
Hi there, my name is John Shoemaker, and I am a technology program specialist in the school district of Palm Beach County. And in my role, my goal is to teach teachers technology integration through curriculum and instruction. Some of my goals include just enjoying to be in a more leadership position, working with other educators, and just learning from one another. I'm a lifelong learner and would love to continue to learn and just take the information from other people and implement it here in Palm Beach County.
Hi everybody, my name is Nick Ryder and I am a District Technology Coordinator in Northwest Ohio, a NASEF Scholastic Fellow, a esports adjunct professor at my local community college, a high school teacher, as well as a high school esports coach, and I am also the founder of Esports Ohio, the Ohio NASEF affiliate. This year, I'm excited to take it a step further as a mentor And some of the goals that I'm looking for this academic year are to make more connections and relationships with other people, and to support the fellows the best that I can in the projects that they're completing, as well as to help push the Scholastic esports scene into the next level of creating opportunities for students. I'm super excited about the possibilities that lie ahead, and to continue to develop those relationships that I founded this year through the program.
Hi, I'm Shevna Taylor, and I'm the curriculum lead at Coventry College for Creative and Digital. I am also the team manager of Coventry Crosshairs, which is a grassroots esports project over at Coventry, and I deliver on a games course within games production, and from September I will also be launching the new level 3 BTEC in esports as well. I'm also the Women in Games Ambassador, which allows me to make a positive difference in the games and esports industry, which is what I want to progress. For the past 2 years, I have been building the esports provision at Coventry College, and I want to continue developing this. So with the introduction of esports curriculum, it's going to support the growth and the ability to educate young people on the impact that it has on the communities, the young people themselves, skills building, all of the positives that comes from esports. This year, I want to collaborate on a much larger scale and enrich the experience that young people at Coventry College can gain through esports. I want to close the gap between young people and finding a career path into esports by providing them with the skills and knowledge that is required to fulfill the roles within the ecosystem of esports.
Hey everyone, my name is Melissa Burns. I am a music and technology specialist and soon to be grade 7-8 classroom teacher from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I'm also the founder and president of Middle Years Esport Manitoba and the Canadian Middle School Esport Association.
Oh, and a little friendly fire there, giving advantage to Yeti. Oh, and a double! What?
So I started my middle years competitive esports program back in 2016 when no other middle schools in my province were doing anything like that. So we were competing against all high schools at that point. Our students are gamers, and it's time for schools to recognize that and not just see video games as a fun pastime, but that esports are of educational value. Once we start integrating it into our pedagogy and into our teaching, all of a sudden we start to unlock the potential to develop 21st century skills, soft skills, SEL, and all kinds of curricular learning opportunities for our students, as well as digital citizenship. This is about more than just playing a game. It's about tapping into what our students love already and empowering them with that. A really great quote by a Canadian here, Mike Washburn, is that schools should care about esports because our students care about esports.
Hello! Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Felicia Martin Latif. As the STEM supervisor for Prince George's County Public Schools, I do believe that all students and teachers are STEM-tastic. I also believe that it is my job to intrinsically motivate them to be about the business of acquiring knowledge. Giving them this agency helps them to understand that knowledge is power. Power for what you say, power to make an informed decision. And I believe that STEM can help with that because STEM allows us to do so much. In addition to combining a whole lot of disciplines at one time so that you can problem solve or find an answer for a challenge, it does help us to understand that we are all learners and we are all teachers.
Hi, my name is Admire Chambuti. I am a teacher at a high school called General Smuts in Vereeniging, South Africa. I like games, and I believe by joining esports, the platform will afford me an arena to reach out to more of my students.
Hi, this is Sanjay Kumar Bhagat from US Embassy, New Delhi, India. Our mandate is to reach out to audience in the South Asia region, and we do a lot of public diplomacy events. We found the concept of esports club very interesting, and we are looking forward to starting this in the region.
Hi, this is Nina Asfour, head of IT department at the International School in Egypt, and computer science teacher. One of my aim is to let my students more engaged in the classroom, and that's happened when I use game-based learning.
My name is Audrey Yoakum, and I teach at Pleasant Grove High School here in Alpine School District in Utah, and I more recently have accepted an opportunity to work with the Success in Education Foundation, growing esports within Utah as a whole. So I'm going to have a dual role, working in my classroom and helping to other teachers throughout the state build and grow their esports programs.
Hi, I am Professor Choi Sam-ha, who teaches game design at Sogang University Game Education Center in Korea. I'm very interested in the esports industry and esports education. In Korea, the esports education system is not organized like in the United States yet. I would like to introduce the excellent curriculum of NASEF to a lot of Korean teenagers who like esports.
Hi, I'm Mary. I'm a gamer. I was raised on Super Mario and the original Nintendo, Sega, PlayStation, all the classics. This year I led an elementary esports camp that talked all about farming using NASEF's Farmcraft, healthy balance of life, relationships, school, and gaming, and farming. Bringing my experiences in the classroom helps me connect with my students and with my colleagues.
Hi everyone, I'm Yoshi. Yes, that's right. I'm Yoshi, the world famous Mario. Anyway, I'm an employee of NASEF Japan. My goal is to participate in this fellow program and connect with teachers in North America and around the world to promote esports in Japan, especially in high schools.
Hi, my name is Amy Harris. I am a computer science teacher at Hart Career Center in Mexico, Missouri. I am also the general manager for our esports team, Bulldog Esports. I have high school and middle school students that participate in that. Some of my goals for this year as a Scholastic Fellow or in general are using my new esports elective that I'm teaching this year to show my kids that esports can be something beyond just competition. It can be a career choice for them as well. They don't have to be go into professional gaming. They can do all kinds of different things in the field of esports, and also to show our community that our team that has been so valuable to our kids and giving them a sense of belonging and making them feel like they're part of a group is also a way for them to have some life goals and to get out of their current situation, because we have a lot of low-income families in our town.
Hello everyone, my name is Callum Neal and I'm the curriculum leader at Barnsley College, which is in the UK in England. Firstly, as Director of Education for Strategic Esports Group, who are an international esports consultancy and a subsidiary of Strategic Leisure Limited. I've been able to support a number of projects, programs and esports facility developments in the UK and internationally as part of that role, which has been really exciting. Also, I've taken up work for Pearson, who are the awarding body for the BTECs in esports. I was lucky enough to be a writer for the esports back in 2019, writing all of the sports and enterprise entrepreneurship units for that qualification. I'm really passionate and excited to be able to deliver a project with NASEF support that has a positive impact on the physical, mental health, well-being and fitness for members of our esports community.
Hi, I'm Ebson Nyamdeza, a maths, physics and technology educator at Pinakare High School, which is a small school in a small farming town of Taung, which is in the northwest province of South Africa. Over the years serving as a teacher, I've developed passion of helping kids to develop them wholesomely, that is educating the whole person. so that we don't educate only people to be academics, but to develop their skills in academic related work. I intend to be able to help learners so that they unleash their gaming skills. They unleash their creativity in developing gaming platforms. So my goal is to develop professional esports gamers and professional developers.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Mollier. I am a special education teacher in Baton Rouge, Louisiana at a school called University View Academy. My goal is to use the fellow program to reinforce, first of all, what my special education students are doing in their regular education classrooms, to reinvigorate what they're learning, elevate their educational outcomes, but also my second goal is to get them working towards what they're actually interested in, which involves gaming, coding, and computer engineering, and actually being able to work towards those goals using Louisiana Jumpstart credentials, which are already embedded into our schools.
Hello, my name is Dan Rollo. I teach grade 7-8 at Holy Family Catholic School in Wallaceburg, Ontario, Canada. Entering my 15th year of teaching, and I'm excited to help take my students in a new direction this year with the implementation of esports at my school. I'm very lucky to work with a talented and open-minded, dedicated principal and staff at my school who are open to new ideas and willing to embrace new technologies and the challenges associated with them. And they're incredibly supportive in pursuing teaching strategies that will ultimately improve student engagement and motivation and learning outcomes. You know, we know that everybody loves playing games, but how do we harness that sense of wonder and excitement and creativity and joy that's associated with gaming and apply it to enhance student learning? In other words, we want to take where students are as, consumers of games, as gamers, and engage them in other disciplines in math and science, including game creation, which I've been working on in my classroom actually for the past couple of years or so, about 4 years.
Hello, my name is Jim McCown. I am a middle school and high school teacher for the Hapakon Borough Schools in Hapakon, New Jersey. Traditionally, I am a math teacher, although a few years ago, I started a STEAM program for grades 6 through 8, which I've been teaching for the past 3 years. And next year, I'll be moving up to the high school permanently, restarting our computer science program, teaching a few computer science classes, along with a concepts of gaming class to kind of help bridge the gap between school and the esports program that we started this year. One of the things that I'm really interested in is seeing what we can do and how we can improve the career and technical education side of esports. I think there is a huge opportunity to engage more students than just the players themselves in a successful esports program. One of the things that I really would like to do is further investigate that and see if there are, ways that we can further engage the students that are interested in that content creation and show them what career or continuing education opportunities are available based on those interests.
Hello, my name is Aydar Abdulin. I'm an international educator and I work in international schools in Russia, West Africa, and now in Kuwait. I like to bring technology to my classroom and improve my students' engagement during our lessons. So this year, I'm lucky enough to join BBS Esport Club as a general manager. So right now, our club offers 4 different games: chess, FIFA, Rocket League, and Minecraft Team Battle. Capture the flag. We also did with the students this year the farm craft from NASEF. It was really fun and we really like this experience, and I hope that we will do that next year too.
Hi, my name's Emma. I am a music teacher at Alva Academy and I am the esports leader for Alva Academy esports scene as well. We are the first school, the first secondary school or primary school in Scotland to actually have an esports scene. It all started because of lockdown. We now have about 40 plus players and about 3 teams at the moment who are all waiting to compete in the next season of the British Esports. We run 2 days after school, and at the moment, because of our lack of equipment, it is all online. I'm really hoping that eventually, just to get to the point where they're in the same room, they are, working as a team. They're coming up with strategy. The leaders are, doing what you would do in a normal esports team, which is getting the whiteboard out, jotting all the stuff down, and actually doing the learning and the practice and the teamwork and the leadership skills and all of that. That's the stuff that I want to really bring in with the esports stuff that is currently running.
Hello, my name is PK Graff. So along with esports, we also teach game design at Forsyth Virtual Academy, and this space will be used for those game design pathway students. Provides them a place to come into from their virtual classes and actually sit down at a gaming PC and utilize both Unity and Unreal Engine to build and develop their games, while also working on or working through their esports curriculum that they do. We don't just do PC gaming as well, or we're not just focused on PC gaming. Obviously, console-based gaming is going to be something huge for us as well. Both PlayStation and Xbox, as well as Nintendo Switch, which is a little more limited because of the nature of Nintendo servers. But this one here being FIFA, which is one of my favorites, one of my favorite competitive esports. So this is the ACE Gaming Lab, and this is where I would conduct most of my research as a Scholastic Fellow.
Hi, I'm Giselle James, Director of Operations and Logistics of Prepa League, the biggest educational esports league in Mexico, which has focused on high school competitions through the country, and I'm also General Manager of the Anáhuac esports team, which was formed from the commitment from the University of Anáhuac, Mexico, with the development of talents in esports with academic support. Education has been a fundamental part of each project we carry out. My goal will be to achieve the growth of the community we have created in a very conscious way, and recognizing the tools and strengths that we have, in addition to expanding toward lower academic levels, recognizing what are the characteristics we need to create a safe environment for students and approved by teachers and parents, since it has been an area of interest and importance for schools, and we want to prepare for that big step forward.
Hi everybody! Coming at you from Olathe, Kansas. I'm a teen librarian here at the Indian Creek Library in Olathe, Kansas. This year I have two goals. One is to actually get my esports team up and running. We do have people who are interested, as I ran a week-long Minecraft camp, which went along with NASEF's Minecraft camp. And I also ran a Smash tournament today, actually, with quite a few people in it. So we have people who are interested in esports. They just don't know how to get started.
Hello there. My name's Chuck Hobbs. I'm a middle school teacher here in San Clemente, California, at a school called Vista Del Mar Middle School. I'm part of the Capistrano Unified School District. In our middle school, we have 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, and I have the privilege of teaching the technology classes. I have a CTI class. It's called Career Technical Investigation. The goal of that class is to get as much technology into the hands of the kids as I possibly can, and to see where they go with it, see where they run. But one of the things that I love about our job is just the ability to empower these kids. And I'm hoping that esports is going to be one of those things that I can integrate into my program next year. So some of the goals that I have, I'd like to see about integrating esports into our CTE curriculum. And if that means writing curriculum, if that means going ahead and pulling in, writing grants or whatever we need to do to go ahead and get the equipment, we'll go ahead and do that. And then I'd also like to see about, like I just mentioned, practicing against some of the other middle schools so that we can create kind of a district-wide esports competition as we move forward.
Hello guys, my name is Pamela Moreno, and I'm a special education teacher and a newly computer science teacher at a awesome public school in the middle of New York City. My goals and aspiration for joining the fellowship is just to break down barriers of what people believe and definitely redefine the narrative of what people believe video games are. I teach self-contained 6th, 7th, and 8th, and my students make their way onto high school, and once they get there, it just seems that the spark is gone and they leave. And a lot of them have shown interest if there's gaming involved. What I'm hoping is to find a way to teach an English curriculum to allow them to receive some credits, and as well as get them to a point where they want to continue or get enough credits to be able to transfer to a vocational setting. I just don't want to see them drop out anymore. And the longer I can keep them in school, the further I can keep them away from situations that may not deliver the best results for them in the streets.
Hi, my name is Andy Gribben. I work at Reach Cyber Charter School. I am the director of STEM education. Being a cyber school, looking at finding a great way to start to build out the esports piece for our school, for our students, for our culture, in general for the school. So it's something that's pretty important. And as a STEM person, I am really looking to find different ways that really shine a light on STEM and doing those things for us in our school.
Hi, my name's Megan Wallace. I work at Earnshaw State College in Brisbane, Australia, and I teach digital technologies, STEM, and I run our esports program. For me, my main goals, I am hoping to use the learned concepts and the connections with the various like-minded educators to set up an esports academy in our school. This has been something that has been approved by our principal, actually asked for by our principal, after seeing some really positive outcomes from just higgledy-piggledy stuff that we've been doing around esports over the last 2 to 3 years. One of our goals has been to improve the mindset around online gaming and looking at digital wellbeing. That's one of the real impacts we've seen in our school is around that wellbeing for students, the digital wellbeing, as well as the health and wellness that's coming with it. Our school chaplain has got involved in our program, as well as our wellbeing hub, because they're seeing the really positive effects it is having with some of our vulnerable students.
Hello, I'm Roxanne Martinez, the librarian at Travis Middle School with McAllen ISD. One of the main reasons and goals that I have for this coming year under the Fellow Program is to successfully submit our student projects through NASEF. This past year I was able to start an esports/gaming club, and we were able to get devices and student participation. I want them to have successful, wonderful experiences through this, because I think gaming is the future. I know that they're going to see more of it, and I want to provide them with those skills that they need to be successful at it.
Hello everybody, my name is Ignacio Vargas and I come from San Jose, Costa Rica. I have been working as an educational leader at Centro Cultural Costarricense Norteamericano, which is a binational center here in Costa Rica that works closely together with the Embassy of the US. This year, we are looking for the possibility to expand our academic offer, and we find that the NASEF Scholastic Fellow Program will be a door to this possibility precisely. We know as well that we can generate an impact by means of gamification and its close connection to education here in Costa Rica.
Hey, my name is Marta Anderson. I'm the head esports coach at Del Norte High School. Our program started 2 years ago with donated machines, and we were all in a little tiny computer lab trying to figure out what esports was all about. We ran 3 teams, Rocket League, League of Legends, and Smite, both varsity and JV, at the New Mexico level. Our award ceremony for the semester 1, where everyone who maintained a high GPA got to come in and do some fun team building. The students came in during their lunches and after school to maintain that 2.5 GPA because I set higher standards than the state. Our team was so successful that we got to go to teach a bunch of other teachers at a digital conference about what esports does and how it helps the team become better involved in their school. Our team grew from 15 members all the way to 33 members that very first year. I was so proud, and the letter award ceremony was just fantastic.
All right, and we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Those of you that are just joining the stream, my name is Jarrell Batak, the director of the Scholastic Fellow Program from NASEF. We just ran a huge clip of all of the introduction videos of all of the amazing NASEF Scholastic Fellows and Mentors from this year. And like I said earlier in the stream, they probably hate me because those were their intro videos. But I thought it would be nice to give everyone an opportunity to see the diverse and global community that we had this year. Like I said earlier, we had 14 countries represented in our group this year, so it's pretty exciting. So now we're going to kind of kick things off and have a discussion. We have various leaders, fellows, and mentors in our group here today. And we're really just going to talk about some of the successes, challenges, and maybe some of the best practices as well that we've utilized throughout the year. So it looks like we had some new friends join us. But just for our audience that may have just joined us today, why don't we just do a quick little round of introductions, everyone, once again, and then we'll get started with our chats here.
JD, we gotta go in the order.
Okay. I'm JD Williams. I'm a technology instructional coach in the Levine Elementary School District in the Phoenix area. And I've had an esports club at the middle school level for about 3 years. And I was a NASEF Scholastic Fellow, Mentor, and Community Leader.
I'm Angelique Giannis. I'm an English teacher in San Diego, California. I started our esports program at my high school campus 4 years ago now, I think. And I was also a Scholastic Fellow, then a Scholastic Mentor, and now I am a community leader.
Hello everyone, David Amaro from Mexico. I work for Anahuac Mexico Esports as an Scholastic Coordinator for high schools and middle schools developing esports programs. And I'm a mentor this year.
Okay, I'll go next. Hi, I'm Alex Gibson. I used to teach at William Penn Senior High School in York, Pennsylvania, where I ran our esports team and formed a exploration of game design and esports curriculum. That was while I was a fellow last year, and this year I'm a mentor. And I recently transitioned to the higher ed scene here in the U.S., where I'm now also I'm the director of secondary services at Harrisburg University, where I work with our partner high schools to create curriculum and opportunities for college and the high school and dual enrollment.
Hey everybody, I'm Jim McCown. I am a math and computer science teacher in New Jersey. I was a Scholastic Fellow this year and had an absolutely great time throughout the program.
Hi all, I'm Tyler Hahn. I am the director of the Cherokee Public Library in Cherokee, Iowa. My esports program's been going since 2018 with mostly middle school students. But yeah, I started off as a Scholastic Fellow, then a mentor, and now I'm a community leader. And yeah, super excited for all of the festivities today.
Oh, Mary, you might want to re-plug in. We'll just jump over to Amy real quick, and then we'll bounce back to Mary. No worries. Always happens. Always happens.
It was me earlier. Hi, I'm Amy Harris. I'm a computer science teacher, CTE computer science teacher in Mexico, Missouri, and we're starting our 7th year of high school esports and our 3rd year of middle school esports. I'm also on the board of directors for Missouri Scholastic Esports Federation, and I've been with NASEF for several years and was really excited to have this experience.
Let's check Mary. Hold on, let's bounce back to Mary real quick. Did we get you yet? Nope. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I don't know if that's working or not. Hopefully that's working.
We can hear you.
Is that working?
Yes, yes.
All right. I am Mary Phillips from South Haven Public Schools. I am an elementary STEM teacher, and as a NASEF Scholastic Fellow, I was here this year to figure out what esports was and how it could help me do what I already do in my classroom, but better. Connect students to STEM pathways, to build meaningful relationships with them, and to teach them through practice how to engage in online communities in kind ways, responsible ways.
Right back down to Megan. Nope. I think we got some audio issues on Megan too. Let's bounce over to Dan real quick. Always happens, y'all. Don't worry. Always happens. Dan?
Not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, I apologize. No video today. I'm at my school computer. Haven't left school yet, and there's no webcam on this computer, just a mic for our shoutcasting and live streaming. But my name's Dan. I teach grades 7 and 8 at Holy Family School in Wallaceburg in Ontario. I was a Scholastic Fellow this year with NASEF. Loved every minute of it. We actually just had our Rocket League final that students organized. It was played today. That we had most of the school in the gym actually watching. Our director of education was watching our live stream, as was our superintendent. So thanks to NASEF, we got Scholastic Esports off the ground here at my school, and hopefully at least 4 more schools next year.
All right, Megan, let's bounce back. We got
Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Yay! Hi, I'm Megan. I'm in Brisbane, Australia. And our esports program has been running for a couple of years, 2 or 3 years now. We work in a prep to year 12 college. So our program is currently working from about grade 4 through to year 12. Although we've just been contacted by some younger students who would like to start their own Minecraft club. So starting to work with them as well. And we started integrating it within our digital technologies curriculum, hoping to do some integration with some of the other subjects as well moving forwards.
All right, and last but not least, Melissa, you want to jump in? Maybe? I know you're traveling.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Okay. Well, hi, I'm Melissa Burns. I also do not have a camera right now because I'm currently driving. Don't worry, it's Bluetooth, so we're all good. Yeah, I've been working with a new school because I just started out a new school this past year. I switched from being a music specialist for the past 8 years into grade 7 8 classroom. So I was at a new building, new job, new people, and getting that program up and off the ground, which was a lot of fun to do, and doing lots of stuff provincially, helping. The biggest thing that we worked on this year was actually amalgamating our middle school and high school programs, which was a lot of work, but a very welcome challenge. And it was definitely already showing its fit. Just having those voices unified when we go to different levels of government has been really, really impactful. And then nationally, we have been working on expanding eSport Canada. So I'm the founder of eSport Canada, and Dan Rollo is also on the team there as our CFO. And we have been doing some really wild stuff this year and just managing lots of new relationships with different community partners, shared stakeholders across the board. But we really have hit our stride in the education space and have found and developed some really great resources in partnership with NASEF and other fellows and mentors from this community. Just their insight and feedback has been absolutely invaluable. And I know that we're going to be really strong going into the coming year, thanks to the work that we did here.
Great. Appreciate all those intros. I know it's all kinds of intros for this intro. But, I figure we can jump right into our discussion. Part of what I'm hoping the audience will get is that there's no one way to implement Scholastic Esports, because ultimately you're building a culture with your students, your community, right? Parents and admin. And that looks different for every community. And you can see here that there's a diversity of implementation with a diverse group of human beings. So what I'd like to do is maybe kick things off with sharing a success that you've seen in your program this year. Obviously, we've seen all the different ways you've gained ideas from the community. So based on all of that, what was a big success that you had in your program? And feel free to jump in. It's all organic.
I can go first if we want.
Please.
I mentioned, so today we had our esports final, our Rocket League final. I guess that's our biggest success. I wasn't anticipating going in this direction, but the way things played out, students after the stuff that we had done in class and some of the competitions we had participated in and some of the lessons that we had done, they had wanted to try running a tournament themselves, which was fantastic. So they put together a tournament, a 5-week tournament with 7 other teams from another school. They did everything pretty much, except for, of course, the last day today. One of my showcasters was sick, and the other one got stage fright all of a sudden and didn't want to talk, so I had to be showcaster. But they did everything. They ran the live stream. They did all the graphics for the live stream. They organized the schedule and all that. So a lot of good, meaningful learning that's not specifically esports, but they're transferable skills that they can use anywhere, organizational skills and graphic design and all that stuff. So that was a big highlight for us on my end.
I can go. This was my first year teaching an esports class. It was a CTE elective course, and we did units on all sorts of different esports careers, but we also had a big event at the end of the year. My class planned and did all of the production for our regional Smash crew battle final for our area. So they planned the meals, they mapped out the rooms, they did all of the broadcasts. So they had to learn about characters, game they weren't familiar with. So I was really proud of how they jumped in and really took charge of that event and did a fantastic job with that.
I have at least one elementary student in my school who's looking to get paid for her work as a graphic designer now when she's 10. So bringing that idea of graphic design, marketing managers, coaches, IT support and event planners to my students, I watched them walk into the room with their shoulders, back and their heads high. And I saw them working in teams in a way that was really incredible. And I put the teams together. So at first they were like, ooh, I don't know about this. Our teacher always lets us pick. And
got a little bit of a freeze
we're
up.
all
Mary.
the same.
Give it 1 second to catch up. All right. And then you're back. You're good.
Okay. My students learned that they have more in common with each other than they have differences. And they're talking about new careers that I've never heard them talk about before. And my summer esports camps, I doubled my camps and tripled the enrollment. And I actually had a parent reach out to me about an elementary esports club. So we're slowly shifting the narrative in my community that all video games are bad and video games will rot kids' brains to, hey, under the right context, in the right way, there's some really powerful opportunities afforded to kids through video game play. So I'm excited to see that narrative shift.
Whoop, starting them young, growing them early.
That's awesome. Mine would be, so I had all of my students who have participated in our gaming club who just graduated, a lot of them, they were seniors. They helped me run 650 freshmen through games of blindfolded Mario Kart at the beginning of the school year. And that was just, it was crazy that we got 650 kids through a room in 2 days. We had like 6 switches set up and we had a whole timetable. And so I had all of my students at different stations. So they had to essentially teach most kids how to play Mario Kart and then tell them they're going to be blindfolded. And they were with the partner and the partner had to tell the other person how to drive while they were blindfolded. And it was just a really nice community building activity. And, the seniors who essentially helped me start the club, they got to be the leaders in that situation and teach the new incoming freshmen. And then my whole school, like the sophomores, juniors, and seniors, teachers all complained that they didn't get to bring their kids to it. And I was like, I can't get 3,000 people through a room in 2 days. But that was definitely one of the big highlights of the year. It was crazy, but it all worked out. So it was super fun.
That's a lot of kids.
And yep, and a lot of switches.
Chip in, y'all. Let's hear those successes.
So I've got a couple of really cool things that are happening now towards the end of the year. This past week, we started to talk about how we can get some of our MD students in my high school involved in our gaming and esports program. So we started testing that out and getting support from their parents and from administrators and things like that, which is really, really cool. We're also getting together with the TV production teacher to even more fully incorporate esports into things like our morning announcement show, all the different sports highlights that they run and put on the website and social media. So we're getting esports to that level as well. And then at a state level, we ran a really successful in-person finals event for our state organization. It's really, really awesome.
Yes, I'll jump in really quickly.
Please.
So from the school-based level, I think, and probably actually my favorite moment of the year, actually, even despite how crazy it was, is seeing one of my students in grade 7, who when I first met her would cry when people would talk to her because she was so shy and just so unsure of herself. Join the esports team, work with me on several projects, and discovered her love of art became this opportunity for her to express herself by creating video games and making them not just as a competitor, but taking that knowledge of gameplay and creating her own games. And now in grade 7 being scouted for a really prestigious high school program that we have a program here in Manitoba that literally won an Academy Award for their high school short animation short that last year. It was wild. And she's being scouted for this program. And that was just such a huge win to see her bloom and grow over the year and just develop this incredible confidence that was afforded to her because of video games. And that was absolutely incredible. On a different level, it's been really cool to see how one of the goals we had at the beginning of the year was to create a better pipeline for students to be able to go from those early and middle school years into high school and post-secondary. And we were able to successfully host our national finals for Rocket League with students competing in middle school and high school, all shoutcasted by a varsity post-secondary program here in Canada. And just to see how the students responded to that full circle experience and to see the potential of where this can lead them was absolutely amazing.
I'll jump in with more of a sentimental success because right now we have our first generation of students that is moving to college from high school that went all 3 years participating on our events. I think that's a success mainly in 2 ways, which is seeing them grow and move on is amazing since it's the first time I get that experience working in this sense. I know a lot of you maybe have experienced that over and over and over, but I am guessing it's always exciting and it's always super fun to see everyone just go. And the second one is just surviving 3 years in Mexico with something that is not developed at all, pretty much being the only ones doing it. Taking a lot of inspiration and help from people in the US, in the UK, now Australia. They are now in the community. So I think it's amazing. And a lot of other countries are pushing for that. So I thank everyone, and I thank everybody for the success and all the students for their own successes.
That's what it's all about, is helping young people grow. Absolutely. Any other successes y'all like to share? Feel free to jump in.
Sure, I'll jump in. I think probably there's one particular student who I've been working closely with for a long time. This is a student with PTSD, ASD, ADHD, ODD, pretty much any abbreviation you can think of. This kid probably has it. And this year he's grade 11, and I encouraged him to take the position of the captain of our League of Legends team. And even his carer was saying, "Are you sure? Like, really? You sure you want him to be captain?" Like his carer. And we said, "Yeah, no, I wanted to see him take the leadership." And he did. Like, he took charge of making sure the team was registered for the tournament. He was following up all the students to make sure they had all their Discord attached and all the bits and pieces. I just stood back and let him do it. And then he started researching the game. He's took it on himself to research all the different creatures and then pass on that information to research the runes and all different parts to do with the game that not my game. I don't understand all of it, but he really started meeting with students and doing like private coaching sessions with them at lunchtime. And it was just really cool to see this kid who's gone through so much in his life be able to take leadership and be able to have something he's passionate about, to the point where it really surprised his carers that he was actually capable of this, which was really, really cool to see.
So exciting. Super exciting. Anything else, y'all? Jump in.
I can jump in. As a mentor, I didn't just get to mentor all these great fellows that are in the call and in our Discord, but I was also helping our state form our formal PSEL group and helping run some of the tournaments. So we actually had a winter Rocket League tournament that had 23 teams participate, and then a spring Knockout City tournament that had 10 teams participate. So we had some great successes with growing the Pennsylvania Scholastic Esports League this year with that.
I still have never played Knockout City. I've heard it's great.
Oh my god, it's so much fun. You gotta give it a
It's
try.
fun, and it's now free.
It's free now, yeah. No reason not to try it.
That makes it a little bit more, yeah.
So that's a great segue since we're talking about games. What are the games that y'all are playing? I mean, I'm sure many folks out there are probably wondering, maybe some that are just getting started, like, what games do I choose? How do I know what game is appropriate? So why don't y'all jump in and just share kind of how you've gone through the process of vetting those particular games, and then as far as what games are exciting for the students.
Well, if I can start, I'd like to, because elementary seems to be perhaps one of the greatest challenges, finding things that are games that every student can play. And so I've started with Minecraft Education Edition. There's a bunch of esports worlds on there, including NASEF's Farmcraft 2021, 2022. And I think they're just wrapping up the junior solar sprint. So you have opportunities like that are really curriculum rich. On the more fun side, or more video game for the sake of video game, we're doing Rocket League as well on Switch, and hope to expand that to Fall Guys when it is released for Nintendo Switch later this year, this summer, and possibly Smash Brothers as well. And Mario Kart.
I think Rocket League is a really nice place to start because it's cross-platform, so kids can play from essentially whatever device they have: Xbox, PlayStation, Switch, computer, and it's race car, rocket, soccer. What's not to like about that? But that was a popular one. I think Knockout City was the sleeper hit of the year for us in New Jersey. And then we also had, Smash Brothers is always popular.
Yeah, I would say Smash is our number one. It always has been. It's just, I think, it's easy. As long as you can get a couple switches in your hand, it can host 8 kids at one time. So you can really have a lot of students participating at the same time. So that's always been our number one. I don't have any kids playing Knockout City, and it's funny because so many people that I meet through here talk about Rocket League, and it never comes up with my students. So I'm like, am I just like missing all of my Rocket League kids? Like none of them play it. I have it. So I got to get in on that.
I think I'm the same as you, Angelique, that my kids are super Smash obsessed. I bring up Rocket League and they're like, eh.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it is. It seems maybe you and I have the same kids.
Well, Rocket League is hard. I feel like
is.
everyone thinks it's easy. They're like car soccer, no big deal. You drive in car, hit the ball. No, it's real hard.
It is. But I think for us, the advice we got was to start with the switches, which seems to where you have, because PCs, being able to get them up and going can be quite expensive as well, but also the space and management of the resources. The first place to start was always the Switch because it was so collaborative, a lot more cost effective for those getting started. So I would highly recommend we just started with one, and it was only a month or two. We only had one, and we bought a second one because we just saw so much effect with it and started growing from there.
So I know we've talked about all the games that are currently being played, but has anybody seen, I'm going to throw this one out there, the new Mario Strikers Battle League, which is coming out tomorrow? I think that might be something that we're going to see being very successful in the high school, middle school setting because, one, it's Mario. Two, it can also do what Angelique just said and let up to 8 players play at the same time. So it's going to be high functioning, allowing for a lot of participants. So, I just wanted to throw that out there. It might be something that we're going to be looking forward in the next seasons here as a new game coming out.
I'm going to be honest, I played the super old GameCube version of that game, and I already know it's going to be amazing. So I will, if they don't like it, it's going to be forced at some point. I think it looks great. To be honest, we'll give a shot to anything that is cross-play and free. That is the meta right now for us. But I think every single game in the Switch is probably way more accessible and way easier to manage for an esports club. So I would definitely suggest it as the first step.
I'm thinking we're going to see Switch Sports on the come up. We just got Switch Sports. It came out a couple weeks ago. If you don't know what it is, if you ever played Wii Sports back in the day, it's so fun. I had my classes playing it at the end of the year. They're like, can we do a tennis tournament? I'm like, well, I mean, yeah. And so I think that's a good place to start too. Like if you're just trying to get kids in the door, something that's easily accessible, easy to understand, fun to play, that's a good one too. The switches are great.
So I don't want to take us off in a bizarre direction here, but something that's been crossing my mind is, so we focused in our program, we focused exclusively on Rocket League, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's very easily accessible. Everybody can play different platforms. We already mentioned all the positives of it, but the other thing that I kind of focused on was our local high school has currently, they call it an esports team or program, but really it's like an after school get together and play some games kind of program. So there's no real competition, there's no real coaching or anything like that. And so one of the things that I was thinking of is if I want to, in my board anyways, if I want to sell this idea that esports is a sport that requires coaching, that requires training, that requires, a level of skill besides kids getting together and playing a bunch of different games, I kind of wanted to focus on one game that I can say we're providing coaching and we're providing training and the kids are practicing in these games. And this game actually has a pathway, a pipeline to the collegiate space. So I'm not saying that we can't adopt other games, for sure we can, but that was my thinking. I'm just wondering what other people think about that, sort of like the strategy of having multiple titles and let's just play a bunch of different stuff versus let's focus on one or two titles that we can actually get coaching for and blah, blah, blah.
We kind of go the same route with sticking to what we can potentially get collegiate scholarships for. So we do, the games you all mentioned, like Smash and Rocket League. We also do Overwatch and Valorant, and I feel like I'm skipping one, but that's kind of where we go to. We unfortunately only have me as a coach, but we do kind of try to stick with, trying to get outside coaches to come in and work with the kids and kind of go that route. But again, sometimes they just want to play the fun games too. So I think there's room for both.
We kind of did both in there too. So we started doing, on advice from this group actually, someone else had started doing what they called collaborative esports. So we started on a Friday afternoon where kids could do that general just play games, just the general gaming nerd out together. But then from there, we started forming a team for a specific game. So we kind of went, okay, here's some games, here's some tournaments. Which one do we want to focus on? And as a group, and then kids would elect from there when those tournaments came up or when there's something, and we'd start doing some coaching program from there. So it meant that club became kind of the launching point for the more coaching collegiate pathways from there.
I guess I want to speak on this point because I work for a college, so it's maybe the other way around for me. I spoke with Gerald once that I think there's 2 points of view from the scouting point. That is, yeah, we want like the really good players, like of course that matters. And if that's your objective and if you have the coaching staff and you have the focus and the game knowledge, as an educator, you can of course go for that. But that is normally, it's not the only thing we search for when we're scouting for students. Soft skills, students that know how to present themselves, know how to cooperate, know what is teamwork. It's way more important for us in an interview, for example, for a scholarship, that they have these qualities. And when you have these programs where they maybe play a lot of things, you as the educator have to be responsible in not losing that you want to teach them something with it. You can be, they can be playing whatever, they can be changing games every week even, but it's more about what you help them learn or what you help them get from those gaming experiences. So I think you can focus on both, but I wouldn't, for example, recommend only competition for any esports club. You really want to get that extra side. And I know Dan, of course, it's not only competition. I talked to him. I know he really cares about those soft skills. But for anyone starting, I would recommend, if you want to go one game, great. But don't be afraid to switch in extra activities within that game or extra different rules for within that game to get better in other senses, like outside of just the gameplay.
I want to jump on what David said because it is really important at the elementary level that we're looking at emotional regulation and helping kids, prevent them, recognize when they're tilting and prevent it. They all have a story of some piece of equipment getting ruined, always at a friend's house, or a cousin's house, but someone rage quitting. And the earlier we start this conversation through Scholastic Esports, like, hey, let's learn how to regulate our emotions. This is what the best esports athletes do. And we don't all have to become esports athletes, but we can use that as a model for healthy balance in our lives. For me, esports and any title that I play with my students is an opportunity for me to set our rule in place for how we treat each other. Video games are fun and they should be fun for everyone and at all times. And if they're not, we all have the power to make it a better place for them. So we talk about playing with students with different levels. We talk about greeting new players. We talk about standing up to griefing and the ways that students can take care of their emotional health and well-being while they're playing games. And for me, I don't know a lot of the new games. I always joke with my students that I'm an original gamer and I could take them down in some of the classics. But my favorite memory from this year was having my students teach me how to play Rocket League and have them teach other students how to play Rocket League. And even if they got blown away in their 2v2, 7-0, they were giving each other high fives and going, that was awesome. That was so much fun. And so elementary, it's not about the title. It really is about digital citizenship, about a lot of the things that David said on about soft skills.
I think everything y'all are saying is great. It really speaks to this idea that we go back to building a culture, right? There's various levels that you can engage students. And obviously, the end of the day, our goal is to involve as many students and young people into these opportunities as possible. So engaging them at a casual level, engaging them at a competitive level, but even, just hanging out and playing together, that's really the most important piece, because we're providing a safe space for them to practice those skills, and just hang out and, prevent any other negative sort of vibes from happening, right? We see that prevalent in the unregulated gaming spaces. So if we can provide that safe space for them in our educational programs, the more the better. So let's get to that. I know some of you kind of addressed it. You talked a little bit about, tilting and some of the challenges. What are some of those challenges, right? Let's imagine that someone is just getting started, right? And they want to bring this into their space, but we know that there's a lot of hurdles. I think everyone can agree in this group that it's not easy, that you've all been through trials and tribulations to get to where you're at with your programs. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about some of those early challenges and then how you overcame them.
I'll jump in. I'll say one thing. If you're planning on playing online, talk to your IT department early and often. Find someone, because our schools have these things that we need set in place to keep students safe. And those filters and things usually block the different consoles or devices that we use to connect to these games. So just make sure you find someone. I know almost everyone that I've talked to has been like, yeah, our IT department was great. They helped us out with it. They got us there. But it's not something that's just like, I got this today and it's going to work tomorrow sort of a thing. There's other issues at hand with that. So talk to your IT department early and get the help there that you need to get that connected.
I would even expand on that and say talk to your stakeholders, your building principal, your other teachers in the building that might be around, your superintendent, board of education. And I think the quicker you get everybody on the same page and aligned with those goals of what you want your program to be, the more successful that whole setup process is going to be. When you have people that don't really understand what it is you're trying to do, you're always going to hit those roadblocks of, but why? So I think getting everybody on the same page early is definitely going to help make that a much smoother process.
I think on that too, for us, it was the department or district policies around online stuff that were a barrier. We've got extremely strict policies to the point where companies won't work with our department because they are so strict. And yeah, it became sort of from the early stages, we realized we hadn't actually had a really deep understanding of how those worked and why they were there. And so it was talking with the higher up department and policymakers to work out what actually are things that we can do safely and within those policies to make sure that we were taking care of our children and making sure that they were being protected, particularly with this online environment.
I think too, one of the challenges I definitely faced was building stakeholder buy-in, and I continue to try it from the top down, top down, top down, and actually what I figured out is that from the bottom up was a better way to go. It actually kind of grew itself. Parents started reaching out, going, "Well, we need elementary esports. We need something for students who aren't in other sports." But also, if you're trying to get buy-in, tie in esports into the goals your community, your school, your school district are already trying to accomplish. Social emotional learning was a huge focus of our school this year, as it is many schools. And I worked really hard with our licensed social worker to bring him around on the idea that video games could be very beneficial to the students that he was trying to serve the most. And so I would find articles, I would find strategies, I would talk shop with him, what can I do for emotional regulation? What's something quick and easy? What's some of the language that you're using? And that really did take somebody who was definitely very skeptical and got on board saying, oh, okay, well I see this is really about, these other goals, besides, just the video games. So tie it into what your community is already trying to achieve.
So I'm hearing stakeholder buy-in, right? Bringing in the community, building them up, helping them understand. I think that's the biggest hurdle, is building that bridge of understanding to the goals, benefits, and the opportunities for young people to engage with scholastic esports. I think even with the challenges, there are challenges around even just building the community. I think part of what we've seen in the last 3 years is the increasing diversity within the space. So I'm curious just to hear from the group, like, how are you making your programs more diverse, right? I'm sure many out there still have that stigma that gamers are boys that just hang around and play together and that's it, and they're toxic, which is true in some cases and maybe in the industry. But I think here within middle school and high school and then early college, we have an opportunity to change the dynamics of that space. So I'm curious to hear some of the strategies that you all have utilized in order to make your programs more diverse and inclusive for folks. It's a hard one, I know.
It is a hard one. I'll take it. I think, like, for me as an English teacher, I see a lot of kids throughout my day. So I always make it a point to invite all of my kids that I see throughout my day to our club. I feel like even though we are kind of breaking down those gender roles and the common thoughts of what esports is or what gaming is, it's just guys playing games in their basement. I still feel like, people are scared to walk into a gaming space. I know even me as a woman now today, I would be nervous to walk into it. And I run a program at my school, and I have for a very long time. So I think, using your connections throughout the school, going out of your way to invite all students, and also the students who are already in your program. Something that I've always done is I delegate certain students to be like our welcoming committee. Like, hey, if you see someone new walk in, and I say it every time when we start our club, if someone new walks in the door, please make sure to say hello to them and invite them to come play. Just so, from the second that maybe a student has been thinking about coming for the last few weeks and they've been too scared to just walk through that door, that when they do walk through that door, someone is there welcoming them that is not you who is the staff member. It's another fellow student that they maybe have seen on campus. Maybe they have heard that student talk about the club and they want to be a part of it. So just making sure that all students feel welcome as they come through the door, and making sure you and your students are inviting other kids that may be interested but just might be too scared to take that step to come in.
And I think a nice way to do that too is to kind of focus on some of the career pathways that we can connect with esports. I've gotten a lot of my more artistic students at my school to come check out what we're doing, help us design a new logo, get them in the door, let them see that we're having fun. We're, not all just competition. We're, playing other games and having fun. We've had impromptu Guitar Hero, setups and things like that. So I think using some of those career pathways as kind of a hook to get them in the door and let them see the fun that we're having from there has helped us get more kids into my program.
Yeah, just to build on what Jim was saying. So I guess maybe I ran things a little bit differently than most others. I have an esports program that takes place sort of after school, which is the more competitive side, which is the kids who are really into it. And that does tend to be boy heavy. But the aspects of everything else I did actually as part of my class work. So it was integrated as part of art, part of language. We did it in class. So it's more a sense of, we're going to learn about graphic design. We're going to learn about marketing. We're going to learn about communication through shoutcasting, and every single person is going to get a chance to do it. And you might love it and you might not. So it was more of a, I'm going to expose you to different things, and some of you might take to some of them, and some of them did, and some of you might not. And then those of you who want to be involved in the more competitive aspect, then we have the after school esports thing. So I guess making it part of my curriculum, so to speak, my day-to-day stuff, removes a lot of the stigma that might be attached with showing up after school and practicing with the boys and being the only girl there or whatever. Because in class, the girls was just as active in what we were doing, but it didn't actually translate into our after-school program. So now that makes me wonder, what do I have to do differently to actually attract more girls to the competitive part of it after school?
I think on that, the girls I found were very much interested in the creative side of things as well. So we started with when we were doing some game design stuff in our unit. The girls particularly loved the storytelling and the character design part of things. So we started creating the game design part of and content creators part of our units in where they would work collaboratively. And so some students would be, and the girls loved that, working collaboratively and being able to design things with doing it together. And that sort of got those girls involved in that. And the girls who are a bit more on the edges going, oh, I don't like playing games, I'm not a digital person, that sort of thing. We actually started getting them involved by doing some of the fundraising for our programs. So they've actually started their own, and they set the goal of starting their own sort of line of gaming jewelry. Noticing the girls, they kind of like the idea, and they've started using the laser cutter at school to make earrings. They're using those little shrink plastic to do some stuff in there and making their own little jewelry things. And these are girls who weren't previously sort of involved, but then they started going, oh, well, I need to understand, okay, maybe I'll play a bit of games with these guys to understand what is it they're interested in. And so they're finding out they know what they're interested in. They're the girls, they're what they want, but then they're going, hang on, not a lot of boys wear these sort of earrings. What can we do to maybe sell these things to the jewelers? And then they're planning on using that money to buy, they want more game controllers for the Switch, or they want the Pro controllers for the Switch. I'm going, well, if you want the extra games, or if you want to buy, all the DLCs for Super Smash, you need to raise the money for them. So they're actually some of the ones leading that program just in a whole different way. They're not maybe interested in playing the competitive games and they're beating each other up in Super Smash or whatever, but they like the creative aspects around it.
Yeah, I would have to totally agree with that. And now that I think of it, we did a number of other video game things, language-based, narrative-based games, like what remains of Edith Finch and disappearance of Ethan Carter, that kind of stuff. And the girls were really into that. And any type of game that involved more building of things, like we use City Skylines as part of our science program, looking at sustainable development and stuff. And the girls were much more interested in that than the boys. The boys were more like, when do I get to kill something, or when do we blow stuff up? So yeah, I think you raise a great point.
Now, we're definitely not saying girls can't be gamers, because what we're doing is ultimately building that bridge for them to feel safe in order to compete. And I think what's most important too, especially looking at our group today, is really creating models. And you all are the models for our community. And when they can see themselves within the space, I think that's the most important strategy. The more that we can diversify the leadership, whether that's the students or the general managers or educators, the more that we can create diverse communities that we want to see. So, yeah, I mean, what about some other strategies? How are we making or allowing kids to feel included within the space? I'm hearing content creation is obviously the other aspects of the ecosystem. What are some other ideas?
I, in the last year or so, have really started working with my kids on first putting it right in front of them. These are the issues that different underrepresented groups are facing in gaming, and then really working with them to think about how they can help our group to be more inclusive and diverse. And, you know, they're our best ambassadors, so how can they make sure that they are including everyone when they're inviting people to come play or to be a part of our space? So, you know, I like all the ideas I've heard, and I would just add to it that we need to make sure that we include the kids in that too, because they're ultimately the ones playing.
I think too, we have to kind of put the ownership into the kids' hands. I went through almost the whole year with the kids constantly complaining to me that we didn't have a shoutcaster when we streamed. I was like, well, I'm not doing it. This is your guys' program. If you want a shoutcaster, one of you guys is going to have to do it. And the last 2 weeks of our season, I finally had a couple of kids that were like, all right, I'm tired of having no voiceover, so we're just going to shoutcast. And they did, and they did a fantastic job. And they're my permanent shoutcasters for next year because they're a junior, 2 juniors, and then a sophomore. And they loved it. Once they got over that kind of stage fright of that first step, they had a blast just, being goofy, talking about the games, doing that color commentary side of things. But I think the more that I kind of remove myself and kind of put the kids into those leadership roles, the more ownership they start to take of the program. We fundraised a lot of money this year, and when I went to spend it, I wouldn't just pick what I wanted. I would let them decide. What do we need? Do we need controllers? Do we need to buy some new games? Do we need to replace equipment? You guys tell me what we want to spend this money on, and they did. And so I think if we can give them that and make them feel like they have a voice, they have a say, it's their program, they're going to have more buy-in that way.
I think on that one too, Jim. The kids constantly push me and push me forward and give me ideas and go, I never thought of that. And the shoutcasting is one that actually for me recently I've been challenged on because one of the kids said, oh, look, is it all right if I bring in my own Switch because I've got Mario Party on mine and I want to play that with my friends? So we went through, got permission from parents and everything for him to bring that in and use that at school. And what was amazing, Mario Party is a 4-player game. There was about 12 kids sitting around this. They decided to team up so that each character was several kids playing and sharing that character. So they're playing as a team. And then one of the kids starts shoutcasting around this thing, going, and he rolls a 6. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? And I'm sitting there watching this game and going, oh my goodness, like, why haven't I been having kids doing this the whole time? Because this was just something they did themselves in a lunchtime. And I'm watching this going, oh, I had no idea. I'm not someone who watches a lot of the streams and the shoutcasting. And I saw this and went, that's probably for me, the next step is to start looking at the way these kids are communicating. I had no idea that that's what they were doing and really realizing how much a part of this culture that for these kids, it's such a norm that it's not for me. And to listen to them and where they're at and let them push me forwards like that with that shoutcasting certainly has challenged me a lot.
For our younger students, they stand the best chance of being a diverse base, but we have to, I think another strategy is be intentional about the role models, even the stock images you use or the gamers that you showcase, gamers from marginalized communities, turn their perception of how the world operates on its head. When my students sorted into their jobs, coaches, graphic organizers, IT support, event planners, and marketing managers, if I tried to make sure that I had, boys and girls in those roles. And every team had 2 coaches, and I announced the female coach first. And if I had boys who were graphic designers, I announced them first. I want the students to see others in non-traditional roles, and that's just, it's, if we keep doing that, there will be no such thing as a non-traditional role. You know, the other thing that stuck with me is we don't have to find the students and teach them how to fit our space. We create this, we craft our space so that it is, you know, the student space, and they're comfortable no matter who they are. Even though I did esports as a curricular unit, students had a choice of being a gamer or not. They all had a role on their team, and they all had the option of learning shoutcasting. So for me, if they weren't comfortable as a, you know, didn't see themselves as a gamer and didn't want the competitive gaming, that was fine with me. You know, we've got other places for you to be involved within this community.
I'm hearing some incredible strategy and best practice here. I mean, part of what I think I've seen educators that step into this space, you know, because it's unknown, it's unfamiliar, they feel like they have to take control of all elements of the program. Oh, I got to run this. I got to facilitate all these practices. I got to do all of this. But what I'm hearing from you all is this idea of really allowing the students to lead aspects of the program, and not just lead aspects, but be part of that overall design and development process. And from a pedagogy standpoint, right, many of us educators understand the nature of emergent curriculum, right? It's one thing to create a very structured program that's like, you know, to the T, kind of hour by hour, versus really empowering the kids to create it alongside, stand back as an observer, identify those particular successes, and then celebrate those successes and allow those students to really go on those journeys to continue growing the program. So I'm hearing a lot already, but I'm curious, what other things have you found helpful for designing and developing your program? I'm hearing student leadership. I'm hearing, obviously, pulling ideas from the community and stakeholder buy-in. But what are some other maybe tools or resources that you have found helpful on your journey so far?
The Scholastic Fellow Program.
Ooh, hey, hold on. Let me drop that banner right now. There you go.
I mean, but for real, like that was, you know, I stumbled on it, and also Twitter. So I'm going to say both of those at the same time. Like both of those communities have been what got me where I am and got me all of the connections and the help and the support and the motivation. You know, back when I started my club, there was no one else doing it, or it felt like nobody else was. And I went to Twitter and started looking up esports EDU and found the esports EDU community and found the Scholastic Fellow Program. And then like the rest was history. So I think for a lot of people, it feels like you're the only person doing this at the beginning. And, you know, maybe you're the only person on your campus that plays games or cares about games or sees a value in games and esports. But once you see the bigger community that is, you know, the NASEF program, the NASEF community, esports EDU community on Twitter, it's just, I got so much support from so many people. Like I feel like I tweeted something out and I just got bombarded with replies of like, let me help you do this. Here's how you do this. And all of these things that helped me build my program, and finding the Scholastic Fellow Program, applying and then being a part of that, meeting all of you wonderful people, has just changed the game for me, for sure, more than any connection from my campus could have.
I think for me, when I first started this, I wasn't aware of just the scope of esports and all the ecosystem and all of that part of it. And I was actually challenged to go volunteer at a tournament. So to volunteer running them, and then just to see how big and how beyond just the gaming it is. So we have one of our local universities has a scholarship program, and they invite students to come in and be part of that program. And just they ran a big tournament last year, and I just said, yeah, let I'll volunteer, and just
you just get to see the background side of things and that ecosystem in practice. And that helped me then to integrate that within my curriculum areas, because I had a deeper understanding of the whole area beyond just playing games.
So the ecosystem, I'm hearing fellows. What else, y'all?
I'm going to talk from the point of huge bias because I work for colleges, but reach out to local colleges, reach out to universities, find out what they want. If they don't want this, if they don't have esports programs, there's qualities they are searching for. There's qualities that will make your students more attractive to receive scholarships, to receive extra support. Find out what that is, and if it is esports, then find out what they are playing. Maybe it's not what your students want to play all the time, but probably giving them that extra edge is super helpful for them if you want to push them that way. So I think that's important, and a general good first step to just know what you want to envision and build up from that.
I think too, reaching out to local colleges can be good just for kind of like the morale boost for your kids. I reached out to one of the local colleges in New Jersey during the winter. And at the end of my first semester, I actually had the college coach and a couple of his players do a Zoom call with my class and talk about, what the collegiate esports space is like. One of the players that joined was actually a professional Rocket League player too before going to college. So he was able to give my students an idea of, what the pro esports scene is like, and, talk about his journey from a high school student to going pro first, and then kind of, non-traditional route going back and then going to college. So that was just a really neat experience, and just reaching out to the college coach and saying, "Hey, listen, I'm a coach down the street. Can we talk?" And just asking that question opens up all those doors of having those meaningful conversations, having those opportunities to get your kids in front of people at that next level, whatever that next level for them may be.
All right, looks like we got a new guest on the line. Gonna bring her in because I think she's got an incredible story as well. So let me bring in and introduce Pamela Moreno. Do you want to do a quick intro, Pamela? Who you are, where you're from, and then I'm gonna put you on the spot a little bit. I'm gonna ask you some questions about what you're doing because I think it's incredible.
Oh boy. Good afternoon or evening for most of us. My name is Pamela Moreno. I am a special education / esports coach at a Community Health Academy of the Heights in the city, New York City, Big Apple.
Hey. So we've been talking about successes, challenges, best practices, but I'm excited for you to join us because, like you said, you mentioned you're a special education teacher. I think there's some unique aspects of your program. Do you want to talk about what you've done? And I'd love for everyone in the group to kind of comment and ask questions as well, and we can get a conversation going.
Sure. I guess one of the perks I have in my school is that we work with an organization, and in that organization, the students are able to participate in a summer youth employment program. So I've spoken to the director of the program and found a way to provide a lot of our students, especially students with disabilities, vocational skills that they can get through managing an esports team. I know most of my students aren't able to play, but because we're lacking a lot of the equipment, but that didn't stop us from finding ways to get the vocational skills they need, whether it's through learning how to, one of the things I've heard you guys say is shoutcasts. We do work on something like that, but I focus on having my students go through the steps of the ecosystem. So they do content creation. I taught them how to use a Cricut, Canva to be able to do newsletters and things like that. They use the Cricut to be able to sell and fundraise. So it's teaching my students budgeting skills and stuff, how to run a little esports store in our school, in a sense, which allows them to be able to, I would say, like, take that ownership and feel like they're doing something. Even though we don't have the equipment, we may not have the facility, they still can partake in something that they feel so honestly profoundly in love with, right? So that's what I've been working on with my students. But yeah, shoot away if you guys have any questions.
I'll start with one. So you mentioned vocational, and just because I know, so students as part of the program get paid. Is that correct?
Yes. So the way it is I am the employer. The students are my employees, and they get paid for completing a certain amount of hours. Beginning in the summer, we do it either remotely or in a hybrid mode. So in the summer, they work. I believe they get about 25 hours a week. They go through a finance component course, and after they complete a certain things, hats and ladders, things that they have to do, they meet with me, and we do virtual meetings like this. So we meet, we discuss what I expect for them to do. It's like sort of online teaching them a little bit. I teach them how to use the resources that we're going to use, and then I tell them to wow me. And I'm gonna be honest with you, considering that the fact that this is something that's in their realm. So this is all news to me. So learning Twitch, learning Discord, learning all these things. I had one student set up the Discord learning bots. One student did the flyers. One student tried to work on coaching. And they also were responsible for holding small clinics and workshops and teaching other students on how to play, teaching students how to just work in this ecosystem, to be honest. And they got paid for it. And when school started, those same students were able to be part of my esports / game class. So that's what we did during the day. They learned and continued to, grow in those skills and also get paid.
Wow, that's awesome.
Incredible.
How did you build that?
So I'm not sure if they have these in other states, but we have something called the Summer Youth Employment Program, where it's what we all do when we're kids. When we're 14 or 15, we get that blue card that says that we can work, and we join the Summer Youth Employment, which is like, it's a massive thing that happens in the summer where you have different companies who are willing to take, students, teenagers, they know they're new to the job field, and they get paid through there. So Summer Youth I did it when I was a kid, but it has changed so much now that they require sort of like academic component to it as well, just to support our students. So when I saw that the director who's running the SYP program in our school, I approached her, and the year before I did work with them, but I was getting paid. I said, you know what, I think it's best if instead of me, let's do it for the kids and let's see what we can do. Put me into this program. I will run it. I will have them work for me. I'll do the step by step. And we just pioneered this thing and started something new.
Wow, that's so cool. We don't have that here. That's so awesome.
There are, again, I have spoken to the director, and she has stated that there are organizations here and there throughout the city in other states that do have some sort of employment for the students through the school, through grants, through funds. It's just, if you're willing to participate, to be hey, listen, I'll be the employer. And the kids have to really go through fingerprint checking. They have to do the sexual harassment training, everything that we do as educators as well, or just professionals in the job. They have to submit resumes, and we work on that personal statement. They have to go all through that whole process, and then I get to select a few of the students, and we move on from there.
Super exciting. I know we're talking about college and career pathways, but it's always nice to hear that they're straight into it right away. They're already earning some money. They got a job. How cool is that? And then they're building their resumes, which is incredible.
Yeah, it's actually an awesome experience. I've seen kids grow from, just pen and paper. They become, graphic designers, designing logos. All of a sudden, they're proficient in Adobe and all these things. And at the same time, they have an awesome incentive. They're learning something, and they're getting paid in the process. So they definitely enjoy this.
Any other questions for Pamela? Because I think there's some incredible nuggets of wisdom in the work she's accomplished so far. If not, that's okay. I think there's, again, plenty to learn, plenty to dig into. Angelique, sorry, did you want to jump in? Okay, cool. I guess the last thing, because I do want to make sure we've been talking about games and esports. I want to make sure we get some time to play some games. Maybe to wrap up our conversation, I'm just curious, like, where do you see the future of this work going? Like the future of esports and gaming and education? What do you hope for in the future? And then ultimately, how do you think we can get there? It's a big one. I know.
I think one of the big things that we're going to see is esports moving younger, not necessarily in a competitive tournament realm, but elementary students are already gamers. And I've always said, if you ban something, you you don't allow yourself the opportunity to have a conversation. By bringing video games into my room and admitting like, hey, I'm a gamer and I'm really proud of it, and it's awesome to be a gamer. We've had richer conversations with digital citizenship. The students understand media balance in a much richer way. They're receptive to me talking about games being a sometimes thing, and taking the time for other things in their lives. I told them we have a family challenge for the summer, and it was to keep video games for when the weather is really bad. Michigan, the amount of nice weather we get is so small. But anyways, I think that we're going to be starting younger with esports, and that's going to be a big one.
I think we're going to see more in-person gaming, kids traveling to other schools to play like they do for other sports. I think it's going to become less isolated and more of a group community activity.
I live in Brisbane, which is holding the 2032 Olympics. And there's been talk of esports being one of the top runners as being introduced in the 2032 Olympics here, which has been pretty interesting news articles recently, because netball and cricket are really big in Australia, and they've been, everyone's going, let's get them in the Olympics, and then suddenly esports become in the same area that for sports that have been Australia's been pushing for 20, 30 years. So that's interesting.
And just to piggyback off that, I know this year the IOC, in partnership with a few organizations, ran a few medal events already. So it's definitely coming for sure.
I think there's an esports event alongside the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham this year, which we've just started trialing for. In the Gold Coast, there was the Rocket League qualifiers to try and make the Australian team to go to the Commonwealth Games. Yeah.
Who would have thunk, for sure. What else do you imagine for the future, y'all? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No worry. I think you will see more and more colleges developing stronger esports clubs, and then fighting for all the good players in all the high schools, and more countries competing, because that's what happens with all sports. When it comes to college level, they just know they have to be the best college for students to want to go there, for fathers to want to get their kids involved in that. So it's I think it's something worthy as a way more viable path than most sports. I think most people around sports know that actually getting to that level in traditional sports is still incredibly difficult. But right now, I think the high schools that do develop esports programs right now will have a huge advantage later. And most students will rather have that extra step in. And it will make a huge difference for all the colleges that will want those programs.
I think a lot of the soft skills that students traditionally learn in traditional athletics can be found in esports too. Your teamwork, your leadership skills, collaboration, all those skills are just as important in esports as they are in traditional sports. And I think people are starting to see that more and more as esports continues to get more and more popular. But I think people are also starting to see how many different career pathways intersect with esports. Your graphic designers, your managers, your marketing professionals, all those different aspects that were never talked about with video games. Video games aren't just for fun anymore. There's so many things that video games can lead into, as, legitimate and viable career options. So I think that's going to continue to develop and continue to expand, and people are going to continue to see that all those opportunities are there and are just as realistic as with, any other traditional high school, middle school program.
I want to piggyback off of Jim here. To be honest, it's beautiful for all of us to take a step back and realize that we are, even though it hasn't been existing, we're pioneering something new, right? Like we're at the beginning phases of something new, and the excitement of knowing like 10 years from now, just even 10 months ago, where you were as to where you are now. For the year twos, where you were 2 years ago to you are now, and for the year three, like where you've been. And to be honest, we can only move forward, and we're really shooting fast, right? So yeah, I'm hoping that we see it as traditional sports, but I think we're gonna have a better advantage. I think we're gonna leave those traditional sports in the dust and take it to another level, because we've just made connections to such a controversial topic of gaming and all the above. We're paving the way for something to be completely different and new. And the beauty of it is just that our students are riding along in the journey with us. So this is something that in a few years it's going to explode, and I can't wait. And I'm pretty proud to be part of this process as well. Like if it wasn't for programs like NASEF, I just don't think we would have this as of yet. And this is definitely leading the front in that.
Our young people are helping us create new spaces within the video game communities too. Scholastic Esports is all about including everyone and making it fun, and that digital citizenship component. Something really resonated with me from a source, and I don't remember where it was, but it said, we're not bringing students into esports to teach them how to adapt to these toxic environments or how to deal with them. We're bringing them into these spaces to help them dismantle those toxic environments and create spaces where everyone can enjoy video games, and we share this common love, together, regardless of who we are, regardless of where we come from. And our young people are right; they get that. And as we see them enter more of these esports spaces, I think we're going to see that shift in online video game play that we've been looking for and hoping for, and they're going to do it.
Hear them ducks in the background, Mary? It was great. Bradford, just in time. We're getting dreamy and visions in terms of the future. So why don't you take us home, Bradford?
Well, first off, I forgot that this was going on today. Because I'm all over the place. As you all can see, this is not my normal background. I'm in Savannah, Georgia today.
Hey.
And tomorrow is I'm talking with some superintendents, some administrators about esports. And so I have a booth downstairs. I just finished getting all that set up. So just full transparency, I'm on this tablet and just chilling out. But there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of great stuff happening here in this state. I'm not, like I said, I'm not at home, but yeah, states are moving. If you think states aren't moving, they're moving, and so now I get a platform to just literally talk to superintendents and board members about what does this mean to have esports in your state and how people can move forward. I had people starting watching me set up, going, "What is this Rocket League? What is this esports? What is that?" I mean, just people just walking by, and nothing is starting until tomorrow. So it's exciting to talk to people who actually have the pocketbooks in their hand to make this happen. So for you guys that are fellows, like I always say it all the time, like who would have thought that even like 2 years ago that when I was in your shoes that I would be, talking to state officials about this is why you should have a program. And I'm told the governor is supposed to come tomorrow. So that doesn't mean I'm talking to him or her, but it's just like the connections that you make, the friends that you make, it takes you a long way. And all we're doing is we're making a big, huge impact and spreading the importance of why this should be in schools.
Bradford, the power in your presence alone is going to be astounding. So kudos to you.
Yeah, come on. You really think you're not going to get a chance to talk to the governor? Come on. They already know who you are.
I don't know about that. I'm making sure that the right games are being played. So there is no Valorant, there is no Fortnite, there is no League of Legends, because it was actually a good conversation that we had, with stuff that's going on right now. And, little Bradford is trying to convince the whole entire state, let's do esports. I'm like, okay, we're going to talk Rocket League today. Just to get your hands on it. So and get your feet wet into what are the possibilities that can happen. And that's okay. Everybody knows that there's a lot of stuff going on right now, and people are looking for every excuse not to do these things. So we're looking at Rocket League tomorrow. We're looking at different possibilities on how to get your organization started. And with people, it's all about the funding. And I say the funding is always there. Let's just get started. So I'm excited. I'm really excited.
That's one way to bring it home.
Jim is laughing in the background. I don't know if he's laughing at another chat or not.
So thank you for bringing it home, Bradford. It's always nice to have your presence. Just like Pamela said, when you enter the room, it's like Bradford is here. So we appreciate you joining us today. We're going to transition a little bit. We've been spending the last, I don't even know how long now, talking about games and esports and the trials and tribulations of what got us here. But why don't we take a moment to actually play some games? So we'll kick things off. We had a couple game titles listed just for our community here. Just to make it easy, we'll start with browser-based. We'll do some Tetrio. And then
I'm ready.
And then we'll jump into maybe some Fortnite. So if you want to queue up Fortnite, if you have Fortnite available, make sure to queue that up. But we'll go ahead and kick things off with Tetrio. JD, if you want to throw it in the public chat as well, that way in case anyone wants to join us in the public chat, feel free. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Make sure I'm going to get set. That way those that are in the audience can check out the craziness that's happening. Let me turn off a couple things here. There we go. All of us on the side here. Let's see. Do we look better here or here?
Ooh.
I'm not sure. I don't know. What do y'all think? Should we go here or here?
I say
On the
left.
side? Okay, on the left side. Okay.
Because then
for
we might, yeah.
I was looking a little extra wide for a second.
All right, we got a few jumped in. Miss G's in. We got guest 90A50. I'm not sure who that one is. JD's in there. Guest 58. We'll give a few more seconds for our friends to join in.
I just dropped the link in the Twitch chat too for anyone that wants to join.
Yep, jump in and play.
Don't play against JD though, because he's really good.
I think I got lucky on those practice games earlier. Way too much
Game
Boy Color. Tetris.
All right. Is this everyone? I think we got everyone. Am I missing anyone? Because I know some of y'all are on mobile, so it might be a little challenging on mobile. Oh, there we go. We got one more. Oh, Esports Godfather. Who's that?
Who's the Esports Godfather?
Who's the Esports Godfather? Who joined that?
Could be someone from the stream joining us.
Maybe.
All right. Gonna show us all up. All right, we'll give maybe a few more seconds in case anyone in the stream wants to join. We'll do a couple rounds, so if we miss you this round, we'll make sure to catch you in the next one.
If you're opening it for the first time, you probably want to mute the site.
Yes.
Yes.
It does get a little loud. I don't know. That could pump you up, though.
How do you mute the site?
Right click on the tab.
Yep. So if you go to the tab here, you right click it, and then actually you can't see it on the screen, but it'll say mute site.
Learn something new every day.
Hey.
Yeah, Tetrio comes in a little too hot for me.
All right. Give you a couple more seconds here. Looks like someone else joined us as well. Do we have enough space? Oh, there we go. Nice. Glad I waited. All right. Well, let's kick this first round off. Yep. Good luck. Have fun. Let's go. And I'll put some music on in the background. You can jazz it out a little bit.
Oh, very fancy.
All right, y'all are watching my screen right now, so don't judge.
I don't know. You did pretty well last time.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my. Oh, who just stacked that? That was crazy.
Ooh. Who's attacking me?
Who's getting me? Yeah. Oh no.
Oh my god, it goes so fast all of a sudden.
I'm like barely surviving.
Oh my god.
Oh, I'm out. I'm out.
No.
Oh no. What's happened there?
All right, since I'm out, I'll shoutcast for y'all. Looks like we got guest 19UE in 6th. Where we at? Who's running first right now? Who's running first? Oh, looks like Jim's stacking. He's clearing. Looks like right now it's Jim and Miss G.
Don't say that.
Battling
It's
it
gonna make
out.
me nervous.
Oh, who's this? Who's surviving? Oh, someone just got knocked. All right, it's down to Jim,
That was
Miss
me.
G.
Oh no, I just messed up.
Wait, you can sabotage people?
Yeah, every time you clear 4 lines or so and get Tetris, you'll
no, this is
you'll
bad.
pass that over.
Nice.
Oh, guess 9-0 barely surviving.
Oh no.
Oh no, this is tragic.
And all right, it's down to JD, Jim, and Ms. G. JD's reigning champ so far, so let's see where he takes us.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, Jim's falling off.
Oh no.
You got this,
JD,
Jim.
Oh
you're in
no,
school.
no, no.
Oh,
Oh,
down
no.
to JD and Miss G.
No.
Who's gonna get it? Survive. Oh, that last piece. Get it. Woo.
Stress.
Woo. Almost.
Oh my
Oh,
lord.
oh,
Oh,
Oh no, wrong one. I brought the wrong one in.
Oh no. JD won.
Oh, barely.
Good job, buddy.
So
Barely,
stressful.
Man, JD. Killing it. Killing it.
All skill. No luck. That's all skill.
33 lines right
Lucky,
there.
lucky.
Just cleared.
I don't understand.
All right, let's keep it moving, y'all. Let's go round two. Round two.
Yeah. Let's go.
All right,
Second
let's go to
place. I feel
second.
good.
Anyone in the chat? Hold on. It looks like we got someone else here. What's up, Adrian? You out there?
What's up? I'm here.
Hey, you join? Are you in the game? Are you with us?
I can join, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Please.
I haven't played Tetris since I was 13, but okay.
Throwback.
do
Throwback. All right. Looks like we got the link out already. Feel free to join. Best practice, make sure you mute the site. It gets pretty loud pretty quick. I'm digging these vibes. I feel like I'm vibing with y'all.
Yeah.
Hey. Give it a couple seconds here, just in case anyone else is joining. Oh, there we go.
I will let you know that the shift key saves your piece to the side for you, and we'll swap it out. I think also the C key does that. Isn't that what it said in the directions?
And then I think the space bar does a hard drop too.
Yes.
You guys wait till tell us after. Just gonna say
That's JD's strategy. He's been
Calling
doing that all
bluff.
day. All day.
calling bluff on the
all
last
day.
game.
All right, I think we got most of everyone. Just double check. Yep. All right. We'll go ahead and start another round. Here we go. Let's go. All right. We're all trying to knock JD out. Let's go.
Yeah, yes. Oh my gosh.
Whew. I think I messed up.
Oh no. I just messed up so bad.
Whoa, what is that?
Someone's getting
What is
a bunch of
that?
them.
Oh, I'm out
Bunch of 'em
for
too.
sure already. That's it for me.
What is that? Oh yeah, I'm done.
Don't have a. Okay.
Oh my goodness. I'm out. Let's see who's killing it. Guess 9-0. Swap through. JD's still killing it, clearing them lines.
Trying to. I don't have good spots right now, though.
Oh, one dropped. Who's that just fell off right now? Oh. Who's surviving? Jim, you got this. You got this.
Oh, I didn't even realize that you can switch between players when you're spectating. Or if you click grid, you can make all 3 people as in the same.
Oh, there we go. Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Look at JD. Just
I just missed there,
crushing it.
Finessing y'all.
Don't understand. Makes it
Oh.
look easy.
Had a few left on the board.
Wow, you're so close again. I'm user 19 something. Guess 19.
47. I don't. JD, what?
I don't
JD,
know how
what's
that
your
does
secret?
that.
What's your secret? What's your secret?
I was just
You gotta tell us.
making Tetrises.
So do you just like stack purposely and not
Yeah.
clear the lines?
Yeah, you got to save them up and try to get 4 lines at a time.
All right. All right.
That's what Jarrell. That's what Jarrell was doing, and I'm looking like, what are you doing? You had a whole stack.
I was trying, but then whoever dropped the line ended up pushing my stack all
You
the way
were
up.
be,
So
you were trying to be gifted and talented, and it's
Gifted and talented.
all right. Oh, wait! I just saw a new guest join us. We got
Adios.
Juan Pablo in the
That's
house.
me.
Juan Pablo in the house. All right, let's go ahead and kick it off. Let's give it a second though, just in case anyone. Just want to make sure. Yeah, let's start another round. Let's see what's good.
Let's go.
All right, let's do it. Now I'm ready. Now I know I need to stack.
That's where the holding the piece comes in good. So if you
Oh.
shift button, it puts a piece that you can then
Yeah.
grab later.
Oh my god, you're so smart. Okay, okay. Then how do I bring it back? Shift
You
again?
hit shift again, yeah. And it swaps with the one that's currently falling.
Oh. Okay.
And I'm like super focused now. I'm like super silent.
Yeah.
see y'all.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, someone just hit me with a bunch of them.
Let's go. Oh no.
Dang it.
I don't like what I have going on here at all.
Oh no, I screwed up. That's it. Let's see if I can recover.
Oh my god. Why did I do that? That's terrible.
Whew. Ay. It's so
Oh, no.
fast.
I tried to be fancy and it backfired.
Oh no. I'm just putting them all in the wrong spots.
Oh my gosh, it's so fast.
When it increases the speed on you out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, somebody might get JD.
Yeah, definitely. There's no way I'm out. I'm done.
Oh.
Oh, champ fell? Champ fell?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, snap. Okay.
You gotta get
Oh.
serious.
Oh. Oh no.
No!
Ah.
Oh, no pressure, Angelique. No pressure.
Oh.
Oh, man.
Nice.
That was a very good game.
Miss G coming through.
You guys taught me the shift button. I got it. Look at me, 10 lines sent. JD, how many do you have? 26. I don't understand.
All right, coach us through. Coach us through. What are you doing? What are you doing? Coach us through.
Do you want me to share my screen on it while we play?
Yeah.
But then we're all playing. We can't watch it. But you can
Oh.
narrate it.
And think fast enough.
Shoutcast for us.
I think you're overestimating my my abilities here.
All right, JD, you share your screen and we'll go.
Let's see. Oh, hold on. Share screen. Then I want to share a Chrome tab.
Kalam said, "I'm stressed just watching."
All right, is that working?
Yeah, we got the music in the background though.
I don't know if I like this. Lots of pressure now.
Let me stop the. Okay, we'll play the Ted Trio music.
Uh-oh.
All right, I'm gonna put us on the side though, because I think we feel more comfortable on the side.
Yeah, I think I hit the wrong button, didn't I?
You're good. You're good.
Ooh, we got someone else.
Someone else just joined.
Nice.
Just joined us. Oh, we got Carolyn Tarolin joining in. Actually, JD, that music's a little overwhelming. You mind muting real quick? Yeah.
It's not coming in for me.
Oh.
Not for me.
It might be because you're sharing the tab.
Yeah. Unshare and then share your window instead. That might be better. Yep. Super overwhelming. I'm like getting jazzed out, but
I
overwhelmed.
know. I wish I had like a volume. Somebody tweet
Share the
Tetrio, please. Put a volume button.
There
Are we good now?
There we go. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
We're good. Okay.
yep.
Let me
Sorry.
get my lo-fi back on. No, you're good. You're good.
Glad you guys let me know. I didn't hear it at all. It wasn't coming from me.
All right, we got. Oh, someone dropped. Give him a second if
Uh-oh.
you need to come back.
Jump back in.
No, I think it's Pamela, and she had to go. I think.
Oh yeah, she said she
okay,
had to
okay.
go. Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, we got our crew going. Maybe one more second in case anyone out in the world. Does someone mind just dropping the link again, just in case?
I will do that.
Thank you.
I think it's blocking JD when he's doing it. He doesn't have
Oh, is it
mod
not showing up?
privileges. Sorry, JD.
Oh.
We'll give
No
him a
worries.
couple seconds here.
Yeah, it's not when you drop it. It's just like stars. At
Oh,
first,
yeah,
I
it
thought you
is,
were
yeah.
cussing, but
I thought that happened too.
yeah.
My bad.
Like,
my bad.
JD, why are you being inappropriate?
JD's always being inappropriate.
Always. It's
Yeah.
Wait
like
until
out
I
of control.
put one of those pieces in the wrong place.
All right, I think we got most folks. We'll go ahead and give it a shot. Here we go, another round. Knock the king. We got already the queen too. So let's go.
Now I'm worried. I'm worried now.
No. That was rude. I want to know how it decides who you attack.
I think there's a little like
Oh, there's a little. Yeah, I see it.
shows
What's
on the
that
side
called?
who it's targeting. How it decides who it's targeting now, that don't know.
Oh. Oh my. My whole screen was full of blocks. Gray
Oh
block.
no.
Oh my god, it said it was from JD. It's on, dude.
I didn't build it just the way I wanted to. Trying to fix it now. Oh, bunch of them are coming at me though.
Oh my god.
Ooh, speeding up.
Oh no.
Speeding up.
Oh,
Speeding
no.
up.
What?
Oh.
Oh my god, how do you... I don't understand. Like, I'm watching JD and I just don't understand how you think that fast.
Well, I just didn't do it well there. Did you see me just miss that one?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I
Oh
have a
no.
huge problem here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No.
Uh-oh.
No.
Oh no. Oh,
Oh
that
no,
was really
JD. A horrible mistake.
Oh.
I'm gonna get it back.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see your... Wow, it's a strategy.
I wouldn't suggest that strategy because it's
risky.
kind of nerve-wracking.
You can get combos?
Oh, we got Carolyn. Carolyn sleeping. We sleeping on Carolyn. Look at that. I think you got a new contender, JD.
Probably.
For real.
Look at this. Woo.
Now I'm covering that over there, which I shouldn't be covering.
No pressure, JD. No pressure.
Woo. Look at them lines clearing.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Oh, and I messed up. And I messed up.
Oh.
Maybe. No, it didn't go.
Carolyn's coming for you.
Oh wow.
Wow. Look at that. I think we found the new Tetris champ.
Wow. Still with the 54 line sent though.
Got a few of them.
How y'all feeling? You guys want to keep doing rounds? Do we want to switch up the game? How y'all feeling? I think we need to give Carolyn another chance.
Yeah.
At least to show you up, JD.
You want to go back to sharing yours, or should I?
No, you're good. We can watch you. I think that's helping us all snipe a little bit.
I can't pay attention to that many things at once.
All right, let's get another round going. One more round. Give Taro Lynn another chance to show JD up.
Oh no, someone left.
Yeah, I think one drop. We'll give it a second here.
I think they are dropping. Like,
no, jump back.
Jim is going out, and I think Megan
Jim
as well.
Got it. Okay. All right, let's give it a couple more seconds here, and then we'll start. All right, y'all ready?
Yep.
Sure. I know Carolyn's ready. She said, "Oh no, let's go."
Oh, one's already throwing lines. Oh no.
Everyone is laser focused.
I know everyone's super silent.
I'm not liking what I have going on here.
Oh no. Messed up. If you guys could not attack me for just like a couple minutes, that would be really helpful.
Ooh, who was that? Who was that? Oh no. That
Oh,
must have
no.
been so bad.
Ooh.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
All right. I'm dying.
That was too fast. Oh no. I thought this was gonna be it, you guys. I thought I was gonna make it this time. It's over.
I got absolutely bullied.
Oh.
Bullied. Uh-oh, drill.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ah. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. Carolyn's coming from me.
Back at it.
Dang.
Woo.
It's the shift for me.
Why did I do that?
JD's like, nah, no one's knocking me off my
I
throne.
know, yeah.
Look at that. He's like, nope.
Don't like how I have it.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh
Built
no.
up there.
Woo.
Oh my God.
Don't give up.
How?
Keep going.
How do you guys switch that fast? I don't understand.
That's good.
Oh my
keyboarding.
goodness.
Wow, amazing. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Oh no. Panic, panic.
Okay, maybe time to give up. Maybe.
No, no.
Never give up.
Wow.
Never give up. Never give up.
I wish I could watch
Oh.
yours because it sounds so much more interesting than mine. Like,
So close.
I hear everyone say "wow," and I'm like, ah, she's coming back. I know she's gonna get it.
It's because JD just bullies everyone.
The thing is, I'm used to playing with like the Nintendo controller too, so all the twists and turns are on the other hand. So.
Oh, you're saying you're playing with the handicap and you're still winning?
Yeah.
All right, JD,
Just
get out.
flexing.
No, it
flexing,
just took me a
know.
little while to get used to it.
It took you a little while. I'm in 6th place, sir. Get out of here.
All right, y'all. You want to switch it up so JD doesn't dominate?
We can see.
I think Caroline should get the chance to get revenge. I mean, she's 1-1. They are tied. I want to see who wins. I know I'm not winning. At least I want to see who the champion is.
No, we lost Carolyn. I think she dropped out. She might have.
Oh.
She might be busy. That's all right. That's all right.
She wanted the respect. She wanted it to be a tie. I respect.
Yeah, we can switch it up, y'all. I don't know what y'all are interested in. Maybe play one more game, and then we'll run a whole new video.
Sounds good to me.
What are you guys feeling? Looks like we lost a few fellows. They dropped out. I think because JD knocked them out.
Don't say it like that.
I don't think we have enough people for Fortnite.
Yeah, there's probably not enough for Fortnite.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
not
there's
sure.
always
Any other
enough people
ideas?
We can go one and just see what happens.
Yeah,
This
if
is
y'all
me
are down,
trying
we could
to
do,
dodge
like, one
the space
match.
game because I won't know how to explain things.
Well, I know Bradford's on his tablet, so he won't be able to join us, which is unfortunate. So
I'm enjoying just watching, and I have like maintenance coming because my TV is doing poltergeist right now. So,
Juan Pablo says, no builds, just aim.
All right, do you want to do a zero build solo?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? YOLO.
Okay, so let me see here.
Let me then rush the console then.
I was about to say I have to switch over devices if we're doing that.
It's all right. No worries.
Where? I want to try and share. We did this yesterday and I was able to figure it out. Share.
We're gonna do share window. And
Share screen window. It's not giving me Fortnite as a window.
Oh. There we go. Nice.
That was weird. Let me move this over here. All right, so, and anyone that's watching too could jump in and play, but we're going to give a little time because I think everyone needs to load the game up, and that takes a little bit.
Yeah.
Have a little game music in there. Is that, are you guys hearing that?
Yep, we can hear it.
All right, so if you haven't done custom lobbies before in Fortnite, what you're going to do is go to the page where you choose whatever game you're going to play. And on the bottom right, there's a little button that says custom key. So you click custom key and we'll put a password in there. I just want to make sure that it works before I give it to everyone. So you put it in, click accept, then 0 build solo, and then come out here and click play. I just have to make sure that I get a start match button. It's been a little while since we've ran these, so I got to make sure that it still works. Yeah. So the custom key is just NASEF, all lowercase. Oh, and one other thing, you do have to be in the NA West server. So you have to be in the NA West server. And then you would use the custom key NASEF.
I made it in.
All right, got 2. And like I said, anyone watching can also jump in and join us if they want to. Got 3.
Angelique, did you say you got in?
I'm in, yeah.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm waiting.
Hold on,
Maybe I'll go shopping.
Yeah, the NA West server is usually an issue. And then also just making sure it's all lowercase.
I just want to see who everybody's playing as. I want to see what people look like.
Well, I just want, that's what I was saying. I was like, I only have a skin that Sam gifted me a long time ago. I'm like, maybe I should go shopping here. They got some cool new stuff this season.
I think I did buy the Obi-Wan.
Oh, nice. They got some Balenciaga. We're getting real fancy in Fortnite.
Yes, they
JD,
are.
you said the key is NASEF? Just
Yeah,
NASEF?
NASEF.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of issues.
Try changing your server from NA West to something else and then back to NA West.
Got it.
See, this is the fun part alone, just getting on.
Yeah.
This is the tutorial. We need tutorials, professional development on just getting onto the servers.
JD has a sweet video he plays on
He
his
does.
stream.
I learned. Wait, I think I learned a lot from JD and Angelique. Y'all need to give classes.
I think I do need to change that video now. It's a little bit different how you get to the settings. So before
Yeah.
the settings are like this up in the top left.
All right, one
And
more
then the
time.
settings.
I think I'm going to try something else. Let's see.
JD, you might have time to do an on-the-spot video. We can just clip it.
Yeah, yeah, I should.
Yeah, JD, you want to run me through one more time? I'm having trouble.
All right, so you are going to be on the screen that shows what game mode you're choosing.
Mhm.
And at the bottom right-hand side, there's a button that says Custom Key.
Yep.
So go ahead and click on that. And then just in there, you're going to type NASEF, NASEF, and then hit OK or Enter or whatever it gives you.
Hit
And-
accept.
Yep, accept. And then you're going to hit 0 builds solo.
Got it. Did I make it in? I don't know if I did.
And then you might have to hit ready up or something too.
I think I made it. I think I did it.
There we go. We got 4. We're still waiting on
Yes.
anyone.
I'm rushing it. You know, watching,
Get in.
skipping videos here because I don't play this.
Oh yeah, the new season.
No worries. We can wait. We can wait.
Then, let's see, solo season.
While we're waiting, I'll take this moment to invite anyone that's watching, if you're interested in joining this amazing community, you can find out more information here. Encourage y'all to apply. We don't just talk about games. We do play some games every now and then.
Yeah, when we do this for our community nights, we have a 15-minute queue to get in and an 8-minute queue to get in. So we're still under 5 minutes right now to get us all in. So
okay,
we're doing all right.
JD, tell me about your community game nights. You've been running that for 3 years now?
Oh, Angelique, how long has it been?
Since COVID. So
Yeah.
yeah. 3
Basically.
years?
I mean,
2 years?
we started them on Mixer. So if
What
that tells
year
you
is
like
it?
how long ago it was.
Where
We streamed them on Mixer. So yeah, on Fridays during the school year, we've been playing some community game nights featuring Fortnite, custom lobbies. So just kind of the same thing that we're doing here. And they're really open to anyone because we can't tell who, like, we run it on our stream. Angelique streams it. I stream it. Tyler joins us. We have some other teachers that were NASEF Fellows and Mentors join us. Some other teachers join us. Some weeks we get 25 to 30 people in, and there have been weeks where we have a full lobby of 100. So it's just kind of who's available. Friday nights at 6:45. Well, I want to say Pacific time, but I'm in that little area of the United States that doesn't observe daylight savings. So kind of switches during the year, but yeah.
I'm sorry, how do we switch server?
You're going to go to settings in the top.
Right.
And then click settings.
Yeah.
Get into the settings, and I believe it is it in this first one? No, it's in the settings cog, and it's right at the top for the matchmaking region.
Matchmaking.
Quick little shout out to Kalam. I know he just dropped out right now. It's bedtime for the UK. That's definitely been a challenge overall with our global community this year. It's just aligning time zones. So appreciate you all that are maybe staying up a little late or getting up a little early.
Were you able to
Yeah.
find it, David?
I think so.
Perfect.
Megan said she was heading into school. So is it morning in Australia?
Yep, it's morning in Australia, in Japan, and
Okay, I think I'm there.
Perfect. So it should. Yep, we got 5 cute players. Did we have anyone else that was jumping in, or should we?
Adrian, did Adrian make it in?
Go ahead and start this one without me. All the updates are happening.
Oh.
right now. All the updates. I'm sorry.
Wait,
okay.
wait a minute. So Megan was up like super early, and then she had to go to work to go to school.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, she gets a check in the mail.
Yeah.
That's a power teacher.
Amazing.
So wait, so what time was it over there? Like, did she get up like at 4 o'clock in the morning to?
No. I
Fucking
want to
go?
say it was like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., something like that.
Okay, and then like oh, cause it's school's still out, but like you have school summer stuff, I guess.
Yeah, let me see. What time was it? It's a good question.
Should I hit start here or?
Yeah, I think we
Wait.
should be good to go.
Start.
We'll,
All right.
Queen
So-
Honeybee says Fortnite updates are a whole thing.
Yes, they are. Every week, I feel like on Thursdays I have to turn it on just to see if there were updates, and then Friday, right when I get home from work, I turn it on again just to see if there are any updates that day.
Thank God for fiber internet. That's all I have to say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Megan was joining us around like 7 a.m. her time.
Oh, okay.
JD, is your resolution set low for the stream?
It is. Is it
okay?
Looking okay or?
It's not bad. It's not bad. It's
Okay.
a little lags.
All right, I'm ready.
Are we falling in a similar place or?
We probably should.
I don't know where anything is.
Yeah, I don't
That's
either.
true.
Where should we
Purple,
go?
green, brown area,
I don't know
snowy
what that
area.
means. I'm gonna go near this big lake to the left.
Okay. All right. It sounds good. Big lake. There's a lot of lakes, JD.
There's like a big lake.
The one with the sparkly stuff in it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe.
Cool.
No, I don't know.
I'll meet you there. Wait, you're
The one with the island.
Yeah, I think I'm going there.
Where?
Oh no. Oh no.
Where?
Anyone even seen anyone else yet?
No.
I was looking.
You guys really drop around the lake or no?
I am pretty much on the lake. Wouldn't know what side. What I know it's the lake.
Up near the lake, but not sure where the lake is in comparison to me anymore.
Well, the
I
lake
think-
is now on the wrong side of the. It's going to be outside the circle.
Oh.
I do wish that the storm would move a little faster when there were less people, but
I mean, this gives us time to gather our things.
that's true.
By the way, to hear you guys, I'm playing with no sound. So if someone scares me, I'm going to shout.
Oh no!
Oh no! Someone found me.
Me every time I play Fortnite.
Oh no! Who got me?
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry,
look at
Lily.
that.
It
That's
was
all
me.
right.
Oh.
Now we get to watch you, which is good.
Oh no, please no.
Where y'all at?
Now he's all dancing.
See anybody?
You see, now you will wonder why I say I don't play, but I have skins. It's because I got hacked, but the hacker never changed the password, and I have a ton of skins. And I just
Oh,
don't.
really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's a guy from Saudi Arabia. I checked the language because he
Oh
actually
my
has
god.
How
but he never
true.
did anything. Like they never like changed anything. It's not aggressive. So I was like, whatever. I never even reported it. So I have a ton of skins. Like a
How
ton. But I don't play.
funny.
Oh yeah. Okay, time to run. I don't see anyone. Time to run. I see bullets. Where are you?
Whoa. Whoa. What was that?
Oh, I guess I could jump around to different people, huh?
Oh,
Jesus.
scaring me. It's firing.
So there should be Jarrell up on the compass on the.
Oh no!
Whoa, everyone's getting in the same place here. Oh, God.
Oh, I hear him.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh my god. I don't see anyone. I just see bullets.
Oh, they're getting each other here. Oh. Both healing up a little bit. Down to 3 remaining, so we have these 2, and then Jarrell, are you looking through your scope right now?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
I'm not used to third person. I'm used to first person.
Ooh, that was a little high of a jump there, Jarrell. You took a little fall damage.
That happens. I'm used to playing Apex, so I'm like jumping off of things.
So something new this season. There are wolves and boars that were there before, but this season you can actually ride them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was walking by one of those and that looked a little sketchy, so I continued on my path.
Let's jump around here a little bit. Back to Pablo.
Whoa.
They'll also fight each other. We find David, yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, it's the stream audio that's throwing me off. I keep hearing stuff.
Oh. Oh, I think the storm might come into play here for you guys.
Okay, so I don't know. Does the storm affect health directly?
Yes. So you
Okay,
really
I'm
want to
one.
find something to
Okay, yeah.
heal with.
Thank you.
But you still have some time before the storm shows up.
Oh, please, 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 please.
Oh,
Oh.
no. You're pretty close.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to come on you pretty quick, though, I think.
Oops.
That's a sweet little sword Juan Pablo's got.
Oh, there you go.
Uh-oh, storms are coming.
Let's see.
Oh wow, you healed nothing from this.
But it gives you a couple of them, doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
How many? There's 3 people left?
3 left, yeah.
Jarrell, are you still in?
He is.
Nice.
He's got a nice little strategy going on right now, I think, from what I just saw. I don't want to give it away, though.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Yep, there it is.
Uh-oh.
Ho, ho, ho.
Uh-oh.
Ho.
Dang. Woo.
Ho.
Oh, no.
Got him.
Who was it?
That's
That
Jarrell.
was me. That was
Oh,
me.
I'm sorry. I saw you
I'm
first.
sorry.
So we're down to 2.
Who's left? It's David and JP?
Yep.
Oh, dang.
It won't let me. They must not be. So when you're spectating it, they have to be kind of close together to be able to swap between the 2 of them. So they might be a little spread out right now.
Oh, I'll just run to the circle and hopefully
Yeah.
we're close.
Oh, no. Dang. Thing came out of nowhere.
Yeah. And the circle isn't too big. They got to be pretty close together, right? Let's see. Can we swap?
Yeah, I would think so.
I can't swap.
Really? Are we still far away? Like I feel like I'm.
I don't know. I don't know how close you guys actually have to be for it to work, but
I like how the magnet is attached to your head. What the heck?
yeah, it's not.
I mean, I will keep on doing this. Hopefully, he'll listen. And just,
No stream sniping.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there it goes. Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh, he's
Oh.
right there.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh.
That was close.
oh my god, I
That
got
was
super
close.
scared.
Good game. Good game.
Yay, GG's.
GG. Hey. All right, we are running pretty late, so we'll go ahead and just wrap up that one game. Glad we got to play a little bit. Looks like we lost some folks too. We're a little bit adjusted on the schedule. We do have one more video that we'll play, but we'll go ahead and just let that play out. So I do want to thank everyone that is tuning into the stream. Hopefully, if you're tuning into the recording as well, Scholastic Fellow Program applications are live. If you like what you see, if you enjoyed hanging out with us, definitely encourage you to check out that application and learn more about all of the amazing Scholastic Fellows and Mentors. But let's go ahead and queue up our last video here. I guess I'll hang personally. Everyone is welcome to drop off just to wrap up the end of the stream here. But as I'm loading this up, anyone want to jump in and say any words to our audience right now?
Sure. I'll just say, like, if you're thinking about starting an esports club or competitive thing at your school, I mean, just do it, because even if you're not sure what to do, not sure where to start, like, be okay with not being the expert in the room, because your students probably are. And like a lot of people said earlier, like the things that they got the most out of their esports club was like giving those leadership opportunities to their students. Which is really easy to do when you spend your entire day like asking questions you know the answer to. Be okay with asking questions you don't know the answer to your students, and just giving them that opportunity. We saw a lot of people who have like well-developed programs that are great, but everyone started like at zero.
Yeah.
So you might see like all of these things that everyone's doing and be like, oh, that's overwhelming. Start with a club. Get 8 to 10 kids in there playing Smash or playing Rocket League, and then it just kind of slowly rolls from there. Just be okay with starting it, not feeling as comfortable as you might feel like if you were giving a lesson or something like that to your students.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and to piggyback off that, like, even if you can't get the materials right now, like even if you can't get a Switch, you can't get an Xbox, you can't get a gaming PC, bring something old in. I mean, my club started with one of my students bringing his Wii U, and we hooked it up to my projector in my classroom every day, and that's where we started. I still don't have like a fancy gaming lab with RGB everything, and it doesn't have to be that. Like, I think you'll see that when you think esports and you think that that's what you need to have is a dedicated gaming lab, and that's not true. You can start with an N64, you can start with a Wii, you can start with, something that someone donated to you. And then, once it catches on, it'll grow from there. Like JD was saying, you get the kids in the room, and maybe you don't have a Switch, but you have, some retro games, and they can learn how to play that, and it'll grow from there.
I just want to say, starting, it's not easy, but you also have a ton of support available. Like, you have so many people that are just ready to help you out, to just give advice, to help you overcome barriers, even, speak to people in your behalf. So don't be afraid to reach out to the community, to anyone here, because if they don't know, they will probably point you to the guy that actually knows it here within the community. So you will get your answers.
Yeah, and I think it's best when you're starting out your program that you have nothing, because when you don't have anything, now you're taking the time to really research and learn from the kids and learn from other teachers and educators what Scholastic Esports really is. You're able to get that vocabulary down, and you're able to learn what works for you and what doesn't work. And then you have material, whether you join NASEF or not. But in this learning process, you are able to be a little bit more knowledgeable. So when you're talking to administrators, directors, and whatnot, you can really have critical conversations as to what does it mean to have this in your school or district community, and what games do you feel as your campus, district, or whatever is important, because what works for Angelique's campus may not work for my campus, and that's okay. It doesn't have to look the same, at least not right now. Right now, even this, technically Scholastic Esports is like 3, 4, or 5 years old. It's still fairly young. It's still fairly new. So there is no rule book out yet. Children's safety is very important, and learning, the ins and outs of Scholastic Esports is important. So don't feel like you have to have everything right now when you're starting. Just enjoy the learning process.
Absolutely. So with that, I encourage you all that are tuning in, if you're interested in learning more, check out the link that's down below. We're going to go ahead and wrap up just our faces here, and then I'm going to play that video. So that way you can check out all of the amazing spaces, places, and things that fellows and mentors have been implementing in their educational esports programs this year. But I want to thank everyone that did join us today. We had fellows, mentors, and leaders from all around the globe join in, share their perspectives, obviously be vulnerable and share some of the challenges as well. But we're all here as a community continuing to grow this space. So I appreciate you tuning in, and we'll go ahead and roll that clip.
Hello everyone, my name is Aydar and I'm one of the eSport managers here at Al Bayan Bilingual School in Kuwait. We just ordered 10 different PlayStation 5 controllers for us, so our students can enjoy using the controller instead of using the keyboard. We will run different curriculums for middle school and EE elementary school students that mostly will be around learning English. At the same time, we will also lead the eSport different clubs with the different competitive teams and collaboration teams. One of the games that we are going to play will be the Rocket League. Rocket League is a great game to facilitate during the online matches and also to play with different schools to compete with them. One of my captains actually just organized different matches with Japan, America, schools in England. Also, in the classroom, I'm planning to start using the Minecraft educational edition with the students on the iPads. Other side that I'm also running the chess club here at school. It's completely different and the student body is a bit different than for the Rocket League. In the chess, students usually play using the lichess.org. We have this platform or program to organize our games. The structure of the Rocket League and chess clubs are pretty hard the same. So at the beginning, we just set them to warm up and play with any kind of the person. It's a live person, but somewhere in the world. For the chess, after that, we start our lesson. That content is based on different solving the problems on different books. Also, after that, after the lesson for 15 minutes, we start playing all together. We have the arena tournament where the team members just compete with each other and play together. Rocket League matches used to look like we have the 5 minutes warming up. After that, a lesson. Usually it's a video from the great players in Rocket League around the world and the code for the training. So we just share the code, we train for 10 minutes and then students share their knowledge, how many times they get out of 10. Let's say if there are 10 passes, 10 flip grid passes, and how many times did they score during that 10 times. They share that information with me. And after that, we start playing a tournament all together and see how many players, how do they play. My aim is to bring a more curriculum-based learning using the Minecraft in grade 5. That's elementary school, but beginning of the middle school next year. My aim also is to start investigating the eSport opportunities in case of using the Canva, creating the logos, streaming, showcasting. I'm also looking for start using the Unreal Engine so the students will create the different games. So I'm very excited, as also my team and the students and the captains, and I'm looking forward to a great year ahead. And thank you so much for the NASEF for opportunities to learn. It's a great learning curve for me. Hello, NASEF community. I hope that you're doing well. Welcome to our eSport station here at Bayan Bilingual School in Kuwait. I hope that you will like our tour about that. Usually we play different games like Minecraft Education Edition, chess, Fortnite, and Rocket League. So welcome to join our international match and have a friendly match together. We are planning different activities with the eSport too. We have election courses over here. So, and it's just the newly set up versions of it, and we're happy and excited to have this station here at school. Please welcome if you have a tour, and welcome with any kind of question. Thank you so much, and I hope that you like our tour.
Hi NASEF family, welcome to the iCreate Lab at North Shore Elementary in South Haven, Michigan. In the iCreate Lab, it is a computer lab unlike any you've seen before. It's a space where I encourage the students to dream boldly, create bravely, and just be themselves. And I realized as I put this sign up today outside of my door that I need to be willing to just jump in and show you the lab as it is. This isn't beginning of the year open house perfect. This is the iCreate Lab and our work as it appears on a daily basis. Welcome to our lab. It was established in 2015 when I moved here. The program and the room are the same age. We use Minecraft Education Edition, and so I've tried to create decor that mirrors that. Now, new this year has been some lights. I've really enjoyed the comfort and warmth and creativity, the fun that all of these gaming lights have added to our space. We're the Rams, we're purple and gold, and this space not only serves as a computer lab and the home to my esports league, which I'll get to later, but it's also the home of the iCreate class, our Challenge Accepted program, and even our History Club program, which continues to go to nationals year after year. Even though our community has plenty of gamers in them, including ones that are parents and enjoy playing with their families, there's not a widespread knowledge of esports within South Haven. And so one of my biggest goals of being a fellow this year is to help raise awareness and start the conversation about the benefits of scholastic esports in South Haven. To that end, I'm creating a curriculum module all framed around the working of the brand new North Shore Elementary Esports League. Now, it's not a formal league as of right now, but during my curricular unit, I'll serve as league commissioner, and my students are going to form some esports teams and do some incredible work. My curricular unit with esports is going to accomplish a few things. Number one, we're going to address healthy habits and media balance. I've appreciated how having the conversations about esports and the kinds of healthy lifestyle habits that the very finest esports athletes have has had a positive impact on my students and how they respond. Instead of another adult telling them to stay off of computers and their phones, they've engaged with me and we've had some powerful conversations about what it means to be a healthy media consumer. Another goal of my unit is the social emotional learning that comes with conversations around being a good sport and playing in a way that makes the game enjoyable for everyone. After all, video games and all kinds of play should be fun. Another goal of my unit is to highlight the kinds of STEM careers represented in the esports ecosystem. As league commissioner, I will be coordinating the efforts of several newly created esports teams. These teams of students will have the option or opportunities to be graphic designers, to design their own logos, come up with team colors and sayings, to design their own swag, to be entrepreneurs, marketers, and analysts. Coaches will teach lessons, and analysts and marketers, entrepreneurs will create a sticker exchange where we'll measure the effectiveness of their marketing and their brand. And the foundation of every unit that I do as a STEM teacher is based on the 5 C's: creativity, communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and compassion. I'm hoping that this unit will help my students see each other and to be kinder.
Olathe Public Library presents The Trailblazers. Future Ready.
Hi there, everybody. I'm Lauren Joy Graves coming at you from the Indian Creek Library here in Olathe, Kansas. So today I'm going to show you around our space and a little bit what it's like to be in the teen zone. So we're actually going to start across from the teen zone with what we call the studio. So I'm going to flip the camera around here real quick so you can see where I'm at. So it comes fully equipped with a green screen, mics, instruments, and camera that you can use to make your streaming awesome. So we have a full-on sound recording studio that you can use for the openings of your videos or just to make cool streams. Check, 1, 2, mic check. Ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary pals, the zone is now open. So this is a teen zone paradise for teens only. So those folks that are 6th through 12th graders, no adults allowed, or younger siblings. So let's take a look, shall we? So we have our Switch, our awesome Trailblazers logo, our Xbox, our Switch. We have 2 switches technically, but we are only using one right now. Our Xbox. We are waiting on the new Xbox S to come in. And our brand new PS5. And we also have, this is where the Oculus would be, but it is currently unavailable due to COVID. Our gaming computers can also be used for 6th through 12th graders. We have 10 of them. You can use them with a library card or your guest pass. This is our gaming table, which basically functions like a giant touchscreen. We have a bunch of different games you can play. You can also play with 2 people. Coming at you from the teen zone to talk a little bit about what we are about this year. So this year our main focus is actually getting our team up and running. As you can see, we have the cool technology. We are just waiting for people to figure out that libraries are more than just books. We also have cool technology, cool people to hang out with, and lots of skills that you can learn. Thanks for joining me today on this tour. See you on the flip side, everybody.
Greetings from New Delhi, India. This is Sanjay from American Spaces India. American Spaces India is coming up with a series of esports clubs across the country. Of these, 3 American Spaces esports club have already been kicked off, one at New Delhi, Kolkata, and Hyderabad. And we are coming up with 2 more, one at Mumbai and the other one at Chennai. The curriculum for these American Spaces esports club are going to be a bit different from the usual esports club curriculum that's hosted by a school or an academic institution, so university. The esports club in the American Spaces are going to give the power in the members' hand. We will ask them to decide what kind of support they want to have from the American Spaces, and what kind of support system they require from us, whether they require consoles or they require some kind of gaming laptops, and they require some kind of other resources. We'll give them that the chance to decide that, and also we'll give them an opportunity to decide among themselves what kind of games they want to play, what kind of activities they want to engage in, and of course we look towards NASEF for more support as they have done in the past. We hope that our endeavor is going to bring a vibrant, engaging, a very enthusiastic esports culture in India under the big banner of American Spaces Esports Club. Thank you so much.
Hello, this is Alva Academy's esports facility, and it is in a very strange place that most people probably wouldn't have an esports facility, but I do have my mask with my logo on it there, which is pretty cool. But this is where we are, so I don't know if you can see this, but round the back of here we have all of our setups, which is fab, all across this wall. And they all have some of our sort of state-of-the-art HyperX fancy monitors, gaming PCs up there. But behind that is the school stage. So this is where, you know, all of your sort of concerts and stuff would go on. And behind this wall, this big sort of soundproof, thankfully, wall here is the auditorium, which I can show you now. So that's the other side of the wall that we just saw. And this is what's on the other side of that. So right now it's being used, because of COVID, it's being used for a year group's lunch hall. But usually this whole part here would all just be floor as well. And one of the things that we're hoping to do with the esports this year as an extracurricular, but very much could be done as a sort of embedded curriculum, as a sort of transferable skills between different subjects, is to do a project-based sort of scenario where kids would use skills from lots of different subjects to create a project which we hope would be something that could have an audience. You know, we're in a really good place for something like that because the PCs are behind the stage. We could have this sort of whole wall turns into a projector, and if we got hooked up to that projector, we could stream games out here and have an audience, and we could also have things like a musical sort of, like you have a Super Bowl, like a musical middle half where kids could actually get involved in performance. So there's lots of different things that we're thinking of at the moment, and at the moment it's more the thing that we're focusing on is how much can we actually manage as an extracurricular club. Obviously, eventually we would love for it to be in the curriculum, but because we've not got that time at the moment, we're going to have to start small and just see how much we can get away with, basically. But it's a very good place. We're situated in a very good area with, you know, fancy lights, fancy sound, lots of different opportunities that we can tap into that maybe being in a sort of computer room wouldn't allow us to do. So we're going to get mega creative with it. We're going to have fun with it, and hopefully the end product is something that, you know, the school and the kids can be proud of, and that people are really excited to be a part of and to come and witness. So fingers crossed it all goes well, and that's it. That's our setup. Thank you for watching.
Welcome to my school. We are gonna just take a walk over here to my classroom. There's our CTE pathways. We've got an awesome event coming up for girls. And this is where the magic happens.
Hello everyone, my name is Epson Nyamdeza. I'm an educator at Pinahari High School, which is in the Northwest Province of South Africa. I'm representing here our esports club, Pinahari Esports Club, which has 40 learners grouped in 5. So we are having 8 groups each group representing the ecosystem that we have in esports, from game design to marketing. We also have an accounts group. So the other groups for player groups include real-time strategy. We also have shooting games, board games, racing games, and survival games. Each group selects 3 games which are formal. They can play more than 3 games, but they have to select 3. Then from those 3, that's where they form our school mini league. Then they compete. After that, we form another mini league, which involves other schools in our region which are doing esports. So just to show you around our lab, this is where we intend to host our esports club. So as you can see, at the moment there is nothing in the lab, but it is set to host a wide screen at the top there, and also we can put a projector on project our games on the screen. Then we have enough space to put our workstations around the lab. The workstations are not there at the moment, but we have a group that we intend to set up where learners are going to assemble the infrastructure, the hardware rather, that we need to use to play our games. In the meantime, our learners are using mobile devices for playing games. So we are just starting up, and then as the term goes, we'll show you more detail on how we are handling our esports club. Thank you.
All right, what is up, NASEF Esports Fellow family? I hope everyone is doing well when you see this video. I wanted to cover a few quick things before I start my MTV Cribs tour of my gaming lab. We are sitting here at my recording station, so I've got a pretty cool, I got my stream cam set up here. I've got some different lighting and whatnot, give you a little shaky cam view. But this is where I run my esports class that I teach for Forsyth Virtual Academy here in Georgia. We do have an official esports course that is able to be offered, and I teach it right from this position where my students are all over the county. The curriculum that I use, I do write myself. I am an instructional designer and I build my own content and curriculum. But the NASEF materials that I have referenced and that I've looked at and used in some occasions is predominantly the high school CTE or the career tech stuff. So that is the quick intro. I organize my lesson plans through a Google site. And what's the other one? What materials I use? I'm gonna show you in just a second in my space. What games are you playing? A whole slew of them. I've got some of them running in my lab around me. So let's just jump straight to it and go take a look at the goods. You may have noticed some of my super awesome gaming posters and framed work here. This one being of particular favorite, the Street Fighter Tekken crossover. Here's one of my gaming stations. Each of my gaming stations, or each of my large format boards, usually run a console. So here I've got my Nintendo Switch. One of my Switches hooked up. Here I've got one of my Xboxes hooked up. That's actually on a cart, whereas this one's fixed to the wall. So these ones can get reconfigured. Got some Madden running over there. And then I've got 20 gaming stations. These are Dell all-in-ones. They have a GTX 1650 in them and a 11th gen i5 processor, so they're pretty fast, pretty good. We do get 60 FPS on them, 59 FPS, and very, very few frame drops, which is really cool. So again, this is the Ace Gaming Lab, and really quick as I'm transitioning over to my other space, I want to tell you a little bit about the esports class here in Georgia. So I was on the group, board, whatever, the advisory group that wrote the standards, and a colleague of mine at Georgia Tech, where I used to be a researcher, he and I were actually the ones to finish massaging or or molding the standards into what the Godot, Georgia Department of Education views as actual course standards. And so now I am teaching that class for the first time this semester, or this past semester, and then this second semester is going to be kind of the conclusion and wrapping up. I am building my own content and curriculum. But this space, I have one additional wall-mounted board in here, but this is my VR studio, so try and get you a better perspective of it from up here. So I have 6 dedicated spaces for 6 of my Oculus Quest 1 headsets. I also have an additional 2 in that set, and then I have an additional 2 more, so up to 10 Oculus Quest 1 headsets that I can put students in. I do a lot of things with them, but I do some esports work with them in Echo Arena, and we work on teamwork and collaboration. The main focus of my work here is on my capstone and my thesis for my specialist, and hopefully going to be an EDD here pretty soon. So my capstone research is titled Fostering Resiliency in At-Risk Students Through Scholastic Gaming. So I'm using esports and gaming situations to simulate struggle in order to train my students' actions to guide their reactions to have better outcomes in life and in gaming situations. Lastly, I'm also the GSEF Commissioner of Gaming, and I am the General Manager of FOCO Esports, which is 7 varsity programs and 11 middle school programs. As always, Coach Graff saying, stay positive out there, gamers.
Hi, and welcome to the Esports Hub for the Coventry Crosshairs at Coventry College. So this room is fully equipped with high-spec PCs and peripherals. We've also purchased comfortable gaming chairs for the ultimate gaming experience. So you want to know how this room is used? Let's take a walk. This room is ready for League of Legends, Overwatch and Valorant. However, our Rocket League games are currently taking place remotely whilst we make some improvements to this room and solve some issues. The room's table settings are organised into game zones so that each team have their own dedicated space to interact and fulfil the roles of an esports team. As you can see, we have a student who is currently practicing for their League of Legends game, which will start in a few hours. This room is also the main classroom for the esports BTEC that we are running, including the directed study. The plans are that we bring in a sound booth into the room and equip it with the same spec PCs, microphones and a streaming area. So there you have it, a tour of the Esports Hub at Coventry College, where all things esports in education occurs. So my assignment 2 is on a curriculum module in events management for esports. It is a 14-week program. The standards that were pulled were from the CTE and NCAS to help explore the creative aspects of events management and esports related activities. So the program topics were actually designed because the students asked for it. They had already had a keen interest in planning their own tournament. Students produced a bunch of stuff whilst on this program or this module. Included things like production documentation, so things like risk assessment, production schedules, proposals. They also did research. They looked at logos and branding elements of it. Anyone who would like to undertake this module, my advice for successful delivery to run this module would be to provide the students with a checklist of things that they're going to need to cover over the whole project. So starting from developing ideas, exploring and researching existing esports events, all the way down to liaising with external people, running order, risk assessments, all of that sort of stuff, and then facilitate the sessions and guide them in the right direction. So what this means is that students will learn to take ownership of their own work and really sort of excel in demonstrating those professional behaviors.
Hey, welcome to Del Norte High School, New Mexico Scholastic Esports Federation Partnership. This is Del Norte High School Esports Lab. This is some of the work that my kids have done. Graphic designers actually created the sign out of using foam board and lights. They worked on the design, figured it all out by themselves, thought that was great. Here we go, I'll do you a quick shoot of our lab. Everybody say hey! This is the esports elective. Inside this elective, we do many things. We learn about all the different esports careers. We're actually focusing on that chart right there. It talks about the different gameplays, different careers inside of esports. We have casting booths over here. We have the sound percussions to keep the sound away from bouncing over, so when they actually are shoutcasting matches, you can see the sound doesn't bleed. A lot of the kids are using the RBG machines. We really like those machines. I think they're awesome. Some of the kids, we have a BOD, so bring in your own device. This is his own Xbox he's bringing in. We have a PlayStation over here. On the other side, this is our Switch station. So we have switches all hooked up on the big TVs. And we do Smash Brothers. And we're trying to get a Mario Kart team set up for next semester. On the far side of the lab, we have the big gaming machines. Each one of those gaming machines was actually designed for Del Norte. The glass is actually etched in with the Del Norte Lego. This year we also designed a bunch of hoodies. So this is the front of our hoodie. I'll have our model spin. This is our logo design, and show me the left sleeve. And there's our school name on the side. And also inside the hoodies, there's even esports inside the varsity jerseys. You can see it has our Knights logo on the chest. I'm going to have the players spin around. We have a logo on each sleeve. We have the same logo on the back. And we have our team logo on the sleeve. All of the students in here created this whole thing. Some of them even have player names on the back of their jersey. I'm going to do a quick rundown of what we talked about this whole entire school year. We did topics. These are the topics that we talked about, or unit plans. We talked about web pages. Each student, according to this class and how I did it, the esports elective this year, they had to have a portfolio. So I decided to make it a Google web page. We use Google Sites for that. So that took a couple of weeks just to get all the kids to set it up and learn how to use it correctly and how to add all the different things. And then each of these different topics that we have here, we actually put onto our student web pages. So that was a lot of fun to try and teach the kids how to do all of these cool things. We did the coaching reel. Everybody has like armchair, advice they'd like to give. So we put it to the kids, and they had to do one offensive reel, one defensive reel about a game that they like and work as a pair and present it to the rest of the class. We did our LAN party, our very first LAN party, which is a fundraising thing. We had the history of video games. That was a lot of fun. Great movie on Amazon if you get the choice. And then I did a verbal exercise, pair share, and asked them how to put all those things together. They did a gamer diet and meal plan. That was a 30-day exercise calories, calorie-based, exercise-based. They did all kinds of different things. So a lot of great discussions about those 2,000 calories, exercising correctly, different types of diets. Some of the people in class were vegetarian. Some of the people in class are just strictly carnivore. So it was fun to talk about all these different discussions. the gaming genres. The kids didn't quite understand what the different gaming genres are, so they had to investigate 2 gaming genres, talk about it, present it to the rest of the class, and they had to come up with at least 3 titles inside the gaming genres that they exclusively talked about. The PC build, we used the PC simulator to build one on Steam engine. They worked in groups. They had to pull all the parts. They had to do a test bench on it and make sure that it ran and received an email. So that was pretty cool. And then we voted on to see who had the best design of the PCs, and we actually built that machine, and that was really awesome in class. And then right now, this last one, we're doing gaming company and your different roles. So we decided to set up gaming companies, and the kids actually had a hiring fair. They had to do a bunch of different stuff. They had to get a graphics department. Today in esports, we're working on our game designs. We're actually doing a hiring fair. Sitting down are the CEOs of the company, and standing up are all the professionals trying to get hired as far as one of the game design companies go.
Hello and welcome to Barnsley College. My name is Callum Neal and I'm really excited to show you around our brand new Digital Innovation Hub. So here we're going to step into an immersive world. Welcome into our VR and production room. In here, students will gain practical experiences for units such as live stream broadcasting, video production and shoutcasting. Welcome to our esports arena. Come and check it out. Welcome to our esports arena. Careful consideration has gone into this space to maximise the experience for staff and students alike. And 2 more key features of this wonderful space is we've got our sofa, where we'll do all of the post-match interviews with the players, and then coming soon, we're really excited about it, our adjoining shoutcasting space. People always ask us, what is a griffin? Griffin, it's a legendary creature. It's a cross between an eagle and a lion. The griffin also features on the Barnsley coat of arms, alongside a miner and the glass blower. So it's also a nice nod to our heritage, so that our students and our players know who they represent. And this is where we study all of the health and well-being related aspects to the esports program. Units such as health, well-being and fitness for esports players, nutrition for esports performance, and psychology for esports performance are all studied here. And finally, this is our spin studio. Come take a look. Okay. And now to finish our tour, we're going to take you into one of our creative thinking spaces, and this is where students will do all of their pitches for the Enterprise Entrepreneurship Unit. Follow me. And something extra special about this room, if you value privacy just as much as we do, we can get rid of that.
What's up, everybody? It's Jim McCown here, Scholastic Fellow from Hope-Pacon High School in Hope-Pacon, New Jersey. Giving you guys a quick rundown of my Scholastic esports space. I'll start you out here. We've got our big screen TV in the library. This is where we've been spending most of our time, hanging out at these tables here, playing Smash Brothers on the TV over there. And then I also have my classroom and computer science tech lab, which is where all of our brand new computers are located. We got 25 and a teacher station brand new workstations, graphics cards, fully capable of all of our esports titles, as well as plenty of other options in terms of CTE connections. I've got Adobe installed on all these computers, so we can do all our Photoshop, graphic design type work, things like that. And then as the program expands, we've also got this temporary wall over here, which we are hoping will allow us to expand our program in the next year or two and open up our space to allow for even more newer computers in the second half of the big tech lab here. This is where my graphic design program is being run at the moment. So we are hoping to be able to expand the CTE program and take advantage of the extra space after school during esports time. For my curriculum document, I've created kind of an intro to career pathways. And then what I'm doing is taking the 4 career pathways, and then I'm breaking down 4 jobs within each pathway and breaking it down for students so that they have an idea of what that job is, what are some things that that job can create for the esports team, and then giving a little bit of guidance as to where can that job take you in the future. All of my units are aligned with the New Jersey SLS standards. From there, each job is going to be set up in pretty much the same way. But then each job is going to have an outline kind of like this. It's designed to be one page if printed, front and back. Front page is going to be a job overview for that particular job, which will include your job description, a list of responsibilities, some action items, which are like your producibles, so things that can directly benefit the program, some additional resources, and then some going further resources. If students like that job, the going further section is going to provide some links to help them take it to the next step. When printed, the backside then is going to be the activity guide, and this is going to outline and go over what is the first project that students in this role can take. Just to give you an example, for the journalist, that would be something like writing a profile. So writing a short biography style piece of a player on the team, the coach, the team itself, things like that. If anyone has any questions about this as you're going through it, please feel free to reach out to me. jmccowan@hapackonschools.org is my school email address. You can also reach me at jim@gsesports.org. That would be my Garden State Esports email address. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoy what I've created here.
Hi, everybody. My name is Pamela Moreno. I am a special education teacher and a newly computer science teacher at Community Health Academy of the Heights. And this is the center hub of our esports program. It's definitely in the works. So come on in. This is the entire room. Yes, it's small, but we're working on it. And this is pretty much where all our work is going to be done. We just set this up last week. This is what we're using for our gaming components at the moment. We're editing our videos and all of the above. This is where we're using the ecosystem where some of our students are working on this component. Over here, we actually have a Cricut machine and other components that the students are using, especially those who are working on marketing, where they're using cups, other components to try to help fundraise and get more funds for our program, as well as this is where we keep the filaments for all the 3D printers that we have. I'm going to show you in a second. So over here, we have one of our 3D printers. That box over there, and that box down there. Those are the other two 3D printers. We were able to procure this with the Samsung Solve for Tomorrow grant that we procured. And what ended up happening is we're using these to help design some trophies for our tournament. And the kids are going to be working on using some Raspberry Pis and other programs and components in order to be able to create portable virtual gaming machines that we can use to fundraise during lunch clubs and stuff like that. Come on along. As you can see, teach a very small group of students. At the moment, we have received some of the items. Here we have some of our gaming equipments and peripherals that we're using, hoping that once we get our cards, our students will be able to build and use these. As you can see, there are more here. And we went with our trusted Ryzen AMD 5600X. I believe there's more down here. Yep, continuing on those lines, waiting for more motherboards to appear. If you move over on this side, our students are using this component. It's right here, our old desktops and old computers that our kids are learning to pull apart and bring about what we have, and teaching them the differences in motherboards, old and new, and all of the above.
The purpose of this course is to get my students with disabilities who go on to high school, who require small programs or small academic interventions, so that I can continue to provide individualized classes for them in the event of having them be able to collect academic credits, as well as get vocational or gain vocational skills that they will use through a work program that I'm hosting with them. And hopefully this allows them to be able to fill up their resume and move on into the 21st century with awesome skills. This is what the first lesson looks like. We have the learning objectives, the standards on the side, the materials, the procedure, how it's going to go, like I said, a bit overview of the gamer in me, and then the learning activities step by step, and the differentiation for the students with disabilities. If you click on the bottom, you'll have the PowerPoint and the worksheet. And what the students will learn is the art of Socratic seminar arguing. So the kids are going to argue their way through the different franchises and the best games, and it's actually quite fun. Take a look. Here's a reflection worksheet that the students will answer in the end. Is just whatever games and categories exist, and they answer a few questions. And for some of my students with disabilities, I will add the because but so sentence frame that really supports them in their writing. The students are the ones like, this is the idea that I have for today, guys, let's get it done. And as they do it and we go through it together, I allow them to help me create the curriculum. So once they're done, I write everything down and look at the positives, the negatives, and definitely include a lot of the struggles, because that is what makes us better. So we work on that. And that's how my students are involved in everything. And yes, it's a conglomerate of ELA, CTE, SEL, really all of it put together. And my learning outcomes is just to provide students with better vocational skills that they can use. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Again, my name is Pamela Moreno, and I hope you enjoyed a snippet of my lesson.
Hey NASEF fam, this is Andy Gribben coming to you from Harrisburg, PA. I am the Director of STEM Education for our cyber school. That cyber school is Reach Cyber Charter School. And this is kind of my MTV cribs when I'm in the office area. This is a STEM maker space that we have. You can see we have some 3D printers there, nothing like a tornado chamber to get you woken up in the morning if you need it, right? We have a lot of other little things that we do here. We do some trout in the classroom live streaming for our students. And for those that can come in and engage with us, that is also something that they would be able to interact with as well. My office is right over here. Obviously, might be a little different setup than some places, but I have support of a few other parts of our school here. You can see we have some Raspberry Pi, some microbits, some Arduino equipment that is here that we'd be sending out. I help to connect students with those things so that they can interact and do those courses and engage in that as well, even in a cyber setting. Our students are getting a Asus Tough Gaming laptop if they are working in the competitive spaces this year for our program. Along with that, we are working on doing some curriculum that focuses in on those SEL components. We are very interested in that transition from 8th to 9th grade. It is definitely a really important piece, I think, for students as they are going from the middle school to the high school to really feel connected. And so that's something we are really passionate about here at Reach. And along with that, we are, looking at different ways that we can connect all of these things to our career pathways, which is also another really big objective that I have with our director of career pathways, that we are working with the kids to get them all of those connections that we can possibly do. And it really helps that STEM and esports and a lot of these careers that are really, really important right now are all intertwined in some way, shape, or form. So that's kind of the basics for me. I work at home a lot too, so there's that balance. But I guess, with all of the stuff going on in gaming, I have some work to do because I'm not a young guy. And in order to catch up to these kids and to be able to be a help in any kind of way, which probably isn't much, to be fair, I suppose I should, pick up this crazy old joystick and spend a little time working on some Rocket League to be ready to help them out and to engage in some sort of way with them. Thanks so much for spending a little time with me. Oh, I guess it's time to play.
I have had the amazing opportunity to work with the NASEF Fellow Program this year. Part of this work has been to create a curriculum for the students we get to serve here at Reach Cyber Charter School. The focus of this curriculum had 4 main units: an introduction to esports and STEM. This focused on what esports is, some history and background, connections to esports and how that works with STEM, and then also a PBL-based project that would interweave throughout the 4 units that we were doing and summate with them creating a game of their own using different resources that we have found online that the students can use to actually make a competitively, based kind of game. Unit 2 focused on the esports community, zeroing in on gaming and community etiquette, digging into what a code of conduct is. And we used the code of conduct from NASEF, which is a huge, huge help, to create one for our club. And then looking at the club that we create here and how we can be an inclusive and safe space. Unit 3 drove into the individual a little bit more, looking at SEL components, personal wellness, and again, connecting some of these ideas to STEM. Discussions and work towards creating a personal wellness plan that we could start and stick to. I know for me, that's always been a tough one, but it was some really good discussions for the students about thinking about how, they spend their time in front of a screen, not in front of a screen, what they're doing to, give themselves other things that are good for them physically, but also mentally. Unit 4 had a focus on esports and STEM careers. Yes, I do a lot in STEM. However, the connections to esports and STEM are just so easy to make, and they are so helpful for students that are looking for a career in this field, even if they aren't going to be a top level competitor. I mean, not everyone is going to be. But there are still many avenues to explore in order to be able to engage in a community they are passionate about and can earn a living doing just something that they love. With all of that, that's kind of where we have headed this year. So I just want to say thank you to NASEF for the opportunity. And if you have any questions or comments, let me.
My name is Chuck Hobbs. I teach the technology classes down here in San Clemente, California. The tech classes, the career technical investigation classes. My students work on 18 different types of technology throughout the year. They spend 2 weeks at a time working on one topic, and then after they've finished those 2 weeks, they move to a next topic. They'll move through things like 3D design using Tinkercad and 3D printing. They'll work on virtual reality. They'll learn how to use the laser engraver and photography. They'll work on the CNC mill. A lot of different technologies that they use throughout the year. You can see back here in the back, I'm going to try to point to some things as we go. Here's our embroidery machine. So we just got that this year. The kids have been using a program called Turtle Stitch to design some things. And then you'll see some 3D printers along the back wall. We have engineering structures where the kids build bridges. We have, laser engraving and CNC mills. So the kids are learning about all sorts of different opportunities, career opportunities and career pathways as they go forward with technology. And then one of the ones that I hope to create this year is a 2-week module for esports where the kids will get a taste of what esports is, kind of a background. They'll learn a little bit about how big it's becoming and career opportunities that they have in that. Along with that, this year I started an esports program here at our middle school. I had about 12 students join us for the first round of that. We worked with the Western Regional, can't remember the acronym now, but the Western Regional Esports group that was Arizona, New Mexico, and California. And they competed against a number of different schools in Rocket League. We're looking forward to getting started pretty soon on things like Knockout City and maybe some chess as we go forward as well. And we just wrote a grant recently and got a couple of Nintendo Switches that we're going to be using to go ahead and play some Super Smash Brothers. We have our PlayStation 4 back here as well that we use to go ahead and play Rocket League, as well as 2 computers. One is a student-built computer where they wrote the grant for it and they built the computer and made sure that it had a really good graphics card so that they didn't have any lagging as they were going on. So that's kind of a quick rundown of my classroom. Again, my goal is to go ahead and create a 2-week module this year, and then also to start community game nights here at the school, and to see what I can do just to get these kids excited about esports. So each of the students will get a Google slide deck like this in my CTI rotations. We have these Google slide decks specifically for the different stations, like photography or video production or the CNC mill or the laser engraver or the drones, whatever they're learning how to use. There's a slide deck that goes through that they're able to follow and kind of walk through as they go. Here on our slide deck, we have that esports is made up of more than just one, or just gameplay. So they'll do the 4-domain survey, click on this, and they'll get to the link to the 4-domain survey, do the 4-domain survey, go back and take a look at some career profiles, then choose the career profiles they're interested in, we talked about a minute ago, and then have a reflection down here. Each day as well, they're going to go ahead and be uploading a picture for evidence of learning so that we can go ahead and quickly take a look and make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. It helps with the assessment, helps keep them on track, helps make sure that they're working on what they're supposed to be working on each day. Day number 2 is that intro to graphic design using Canva. Again, I created a Canva video lesson. Day number 4 is intro to game design. Again, there's some video lessons on here that talk about Scratch based on a book by a guy named John Woodcock. They learn about coding. They learn about logic and Boolean strings and all sorts of collisions and enemies and backgrounds and sprites. And day number 6, recording sound with SoundForge Audio Studio. Day number 7, then they're going to take that clip. They'll be using a clip from a Rocket League match. So they'll go ahead and they'll be watching that video lesson then on how to do a voiceover or a commentary on the match as it's going on using the SoundForge software and the microphone. Day number 8 is our 3D Tinkercad design. Go through and design a trophy in Tinkercad for this one. Day number 9, they'll learn how to use the 3D printer that we have in class in order to print that out. And then again, day 10 is going to be the showcase of the products to the class. So that's just a quick little rundown of the project that I created. If you have any questions, let me know. Thanks, guys.
Hi, my name is Amy Harris. I teach computer science at Hart Career Center in Mexico, Missouri. Obviously, I also do a little bit with esports. We are going to be taking a tour of my classrooms today. We're going to start in the robotics lab, and then we'll move across to my main classroom. Most of my classes focus pretty heavily on programming, so even for robotics and video game design, it's still called applied programming. And let's take a look. So this classroom is always a disaster because the kids are always building something fun, but this is where we do robotics. The first year we do VEX robots. They learn to use sensors, remote controls, they run autonomously. The second year we do all those same things with our drones, and we have Arduino boards for our remotes. This room is also where we do middle school esports. We have a nice bar on the wall up there for Smash, and my gaming laptops are in here for robotics, so we use those for Rocket League as well. And you can see my kids have been very festive after their test today. They built a robotics Christmas tree. So now we are going to go across the hall and to my main classroom. One of the great things about being here in the Career Center is that I have access to teachers that actually teach a lot of the things that I am helping my kids learn about for the esports industry. Like we have a nurse for our health occupations that can help with health and wellness. We have a networking teacher, graphic arts. So that's something that's really been helpful for me here teaching in a CTE building. So here is my room. Excuse me. In this classroom, we do video game design where we work with Unity and Blender to build games. We also have programming in here, programming 1 and 2. I teach my intro class in here as well. And then this is where my esports class is. As I mentioned, my esports class focuses largely on careers in esports, but we also do a little bit of programming as well. We, right now we're learning JavaScript to program Discord bots. So as you can see, this is also where we do my high school esports. We have Smash on the walls. We have gaming laptops that we use for Rocket League and Overwatch and Valorant. And in the back corner back there is my office, which currently is used as kind of an oversized storage facility, but in the near future we'll be able to use that for shoutcasting. So that is my space. That's what we learn here, and thank you for listening. It is a CTE elective, and this is just one part of it. It actually takes a broader look at careers in the esports industry, and it's a 2-year course, so we get to go through a lot of careers. This particular unit lasts about 3 months. I wanted to include it because I want my students to know that you can have a career in computer science beyond just video game design if you want a sports industry, but also bots are pervasive in other industries as well. So if they do decide they want to go into programming and they really like making bots, but maybe esports isn't for them, or they're not able to find that career they want, you can have bots in the business world where maybe they are in charge of a file workflow, or you could have bots in the medical field where maybe you have a chat bot that does triage. So there are bots all through many industries. I actually got the idea for doing this from a member of the advisory council I'm on. They were talking about using it in the banking field. So lots of bots out there that they can use. So this is just one way they can use them. My course lasts, like I said, about 3 months, probably more like 13 weeks. We start out with an intro to Discord bots, and then we have JavaScript Basics, JavaScript Intermediate, and JavaScript Advanced. Start the module with this huge plan for what they're going to build. If they only come up with a bot that says GG after somebody says they just played a match, I am totally fine with that. They've built something, they've constructed it, they've learned how to do it, and maybe that's huge learning for them. If they need some differentiation and they need a half-written bot that they can plug things into, that's still learning. They still had to learn what they wanted to put in there and where to put it and how to load it up to Discord. So just keep this very casual. Don't pressure them to be super programmers by the end of 13 weeks. It's probably not going to happen, and that's totally fine. The goal is for them to learn a little bit about the career and what you would do in that career, not to be ready to go out and get a job. So that is my curriculum module on creating a Discord bot in esports classroom. So thank you for listening, and I hope you're able to take something from it.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Moliere. I am a NASEF 2022 Scholastic Fellow. I'm a special education teacher for the high school level, and I'm also one of the co-founders of a nonprofit organization called Bayou Esports here in Louisiana. Executive functioning is sort of like the conductor of all of our cognitive skills. I refer to it when I'm talking to my students as Adulting 101 because many of us may or actually may not realize that into adulthood, we either have these skills or we don't have these skills, and they tend to make life a lot easier if you do. So they are typically broken down into 3 areas: working memory, cognitive flexibility, and inhibitory control. However, for this curriculum module, I chose to break them down into 7 areas, including working memory, time management, self-control, planning, prioritizing, and organizing, flexible thinking, and self-monitoring. And the reason for this being is that working with students with a number of disabilities, having to differentiate instructions, make sure that my lessons and my content is modifiable. It's easier to break everything down and determine how much time you may need to spend on each section, depending on the needs of your individual students.
Links Esports is a club within University View Academy, which is a virtual online charter school. My co-sponsor and I did set it up in the school's platform Canvas. However, we quickly realized that it wasn't going to be very conducive to what we were doing. So while we do leave our schedule in Canvas, we are communicating with students primarily in Discord. We did spend a couple of weeks introducing the students to Discord, showing them some how-tos, and also introducing to them our rules, protocols, and expectations. As you see, when the students do join the Discord, there is a welcome. The video that we have instructed them to use does show them that the next portion that they have to read is the rules and guidelines. We also have a section for announcements here. As we start streaming more, we will add clips and highlights. We have a section for our girls in gaming, as our general chat tends to be taken over by the guys in the club a little bit more. We have story time, where so far we are reading Ender's Game with the students and kind of seeing how that's going. We also have the general chat, where students are just able to chat with each other about whatever they would like. However, we do have specific chats for the sessions we do when we are streaming and playing games. Right now, we're playing Among Us, Minecraft, Rocket League, and League of Legends. The students have mainly been playing Among Us, and my co-sponsor and I are sort of attributing that to the fact that their communication skills as well as their teamwork skills are sort of low because they go to an online virtual school. And honestly, the school does not allow them many opportunities to converse with each other, especially due to COVID, because we're not able to go on field trips and they rarely get to interact. So our lessons are centering on communication, teamwork, team building, and strategizing.
Hey everyone, welcome back to my unfinished office space where my 3D panels are being held up by painter's tape. I'm going to talk to you today about my curriculum unit. So this is one that I actually developed back in 2017 and ran up until the pandemic. And so it was nice to actually get the opportunity to revisit it and get it down on paper, which is something I hadn't done before. And this unit is designed, it was designed based on my experiences and the program I had developed for junior high girls, but it can easily be adapted to a younger audience or an older audience by just tailoring your conversations. So this is designed to be a program for girls and LGBTQ community members to engage women in gaming and create safe spaces and really challenge the reasons why we have to go out of our way to create these safe spaces where they can grow and develop as gamers and as individuals. And hopefully by challenging those norms and allowing these students the opportunity to develop some confidence or more confidence, that will be able to hopefully find some change. Lesson number 1 is going to be all about co-creating a community agreement, establishing norms for what you want the group to look like, sound like, and feel like. And by co-creating it, they take ownership over the club and what they want out of the experience. And it's something you can refer back to all the time. Assignment number 2 is looking at exploring women in games, not just how women are treated in the gaming communities, and that's definitely part of the conversation, of course, but I actually get students to start with the draw scientist social experiment, except I get them to draw gamer, just so that we can have a conversation about what kinds of preconceptions these students have about how they identify gamers. And I've found this to be very eye-opening for myself and my students every time I've done it. And even if you do end up with 25 drawings of female gamers, that's also something to talk about and celebrate and mark that change. But we look at how women are portrayed in games, how often they are the protagonist in a game, and just what it's like to be a woman in these spaces. And then assignment 3 looks at healthy habits, looking at physical health, mental health, overall well-being, and then developing digital citizenship and what that actually means. Unit 2 is all about exploring. So you're going to be building capacity as a gamer and fostering confidence. So it's really taking our students from being risk adverse to becoming risk takers and knowing when it is a good time to take those risks. So I start by going through knowing your gear and getting them, even if you're in a space where everything is set up permanently, getting them to tear down and set up the gear on their own, be able to identify and label different parts. This is a skill that is handy, but it also is a really good tool for women to have in their back pocket as something to support their knowledge and their abilities in the gaming space. We look at personalities and play styles. So doing a fun activity like doing a personality quiz, or even just swapping out a personality quiz for having them take the Pottermore sorting hat quiz so that they can see, and just having a conversation about personalities, and then looking at play styles and how do those things correlate, and then being able to identify that in others as well. So it's about learning about ourselves and learning about others. And then that unit ends with choosing a main. So looking at whatever game you are focused on for the duration of this program, that you are choosing a main character that you are going to be playing consistently, how to do that, what that means, how to really utilize that information. For Unit 3, you're going to be looking at engaging, so developing strategies and inspiring growth in our gamers. So we look at game analysis, so talking about things like what is a game meta, how do patches impact the gameplay, how do you take all of that information that you've been learning about yourself and others and being able to analyze the psychology of some of the things that are happening, and now applying game strategies and looking at how to counterpick and how to take your main and really utilize it in different kinds of scenarios, and developing your critical thinking and analysis to make on-the-spot decisions that impact your game. And then we also look at careers in gaming. So what kinds of careers are available for women in these fields? What are the gender gaps within the field? And they are improving, which is really great, but stuff like this always helps. And specifically looking at women in these spaces, why the ratio and the percentage drops significantly as soon as you look at women in positions of upper admin and executive roles within the STEM and esports industries. Why is that there? And really challenging those ideas. And then it ends with actually interviewing and talking to women in the field. So whether that's a video call or bringing in local women who work in STEM and esports, and just hearing from their stories and their experiences, and really developing that connection so that these girls can see a role model of not only how they got there, hearing about their story and how that journey isn't always a straight one, but also being inspired by women who are doing it. And then we wrap up with Unit 4, which is empowering. So taking our girl gamers into content creators and leaders within the space. So we talk about creating a brand and looking at business and marketing, sponsorships, creating a personal brand or a team brand. We move into streaming and shoutcasting, so having them use all those critical thinking skills they learned in the previous unit and now applying it in a live action shoutcasting kind of scenario, and using all of the assets they created from their brand creation on the stream. And then they finish with actually hosting a tournament where they have to learn about different tournament styles, structures, and they have to plan and actually execute the entire program themselves, and follows up with hopefully starting the program over again, where these girls are now the mentors for the next group of girls that come in, and so they take on more of that leadership position. That is my program in a nutshell. Sorry, I spoke way longer than I meant to. That's it.
Hi everyone, I'm Giselle Jaimes, Operation Director of Prepa League. General Manager of Anahuac Esports Team, and proud to be a NASEF Fellow. Welcome to my crib. Just kidding. Actually, right now we are doing everything online, so I'm just going to show you my space. This is my desk right now. I have 2 screens, and actually they are really useful, especially with Prepa League when we are on the middle of a tournament. Usually Discord is on this side because we need constant communication with the students, the casters, and everyone basically. And on the other screen usually is the video game we are using at the moment, Photoshop, the tournament platform, Twitch, and a lot of open windows. As you can see right now, I have on the side of the screen the first assignment, which is already on the red carpet. And I write things I'm interested as career pathways and professional development, and all of this has a reason. So Purple League, the place where I work, is a high school students league all over Mexico, where I constantly have seen students that have a lot of passion for esports, that they love what we do and they want to be part of it. They express their desire to work on esports, but the truth is that sometimes they are as well unmotivated because they think the only path is to be a great player, to become professional, or to be a caster. So I have a goal. First of all, I want to put my self-learning skills on top. Only not to learn about the information that is already available in NASEF, thanks to the fellows and the mentors that already have developed, but I want to learn how to teach and education methods, because I think what I'm planning is really important. Second of all, I want to keep communication with all the fellows, all the mentors, and everyone in NASEF. I think there's really a way to understand in a better way what the challenges and circumstances that education faces when it comes to esports. Having different ways to dealing with problems and solving them in the best way possible with the best practices, I think is an effective solution and is constant growth. And with that, putting the pieces together and working really, really hard, I want to create an academic, professional orientation program, which I pretend to be a tool for educators in order to guide their students from high school to become more motivated about their studies and becoming really, really interested in a college education.
One of the objectives is to show students uh, uh, how the amount of areas, professional areas that they can develop professionally in esports, and it has as well the mission to avoid dropouts from high school to universities, and just to give a space for college careers and just answer the concerns of students that want to develop a career in esports. We have 3 main figures in this course, and the first, of course, is the high school student. The second one is the educator, the teacher, and the third one is the ambassador. And the idea of having an ambassador is that this is a young figure, and these are college students or people that already developing a career in esports, but they studied a college a career, and they can explain some of their experiences on how college helped them to build a professional career in esports. So we have 4 units, and the first one is um, on my way to college. And during this unit, educator, ambassadors, and students will have different conversations about benefits of studying a career, the importance of networking, developing abilities, values, talents, and knowledge in college, professional practices, and social service, and other tools available in college, like I don't know, workshops or conferences that can help them to develop themselves. The second unit are different professional areas, and they're going to make some activities that are related to these professional areas. And at the end of the activity, they are going to figure out which areas are are part of this activity, and if they can find some careers that may not seem related with esports, but that they can find in these professional areas. And this is very important because later they are going to analyze all this information. The third unit is careers and esports, and then they are going to talk about their experience in the activities that they realize in the second unit. And then we are going to create a relation with the Nicolas Besson map about professional areas that are related to esports. The fourth unit is a practical unit, and this is the longest. This is 2 months, and the 1, 2, and 3 unit are just 1 month. And this is the idea of creating an esports event, and they are going to have a role according to their interest and to the second and third unit activities, and they're going to create an event according to the role and the responsibilities. Work team and goals are really important in these units. The first, creating an esports event, just general ideas of the event, organization of the event, and professional life, the day of the event. And at the last one, they are going to debate again what they have learned and what they conclude.
Hello everybody, this is Ignacio Vargas once again, and in this video I will be telling you about the esports curriculum design process at CCCN, Centro Cultural y Costarricense Norteamericano, which is our American space here in Costa Rica. But before I start describing any of the points of the process itself, I would like to publicly thank David Amaro for helping me with many of the questions. He's been a mentor to me in this process, and I am really glad, really thankful to him. So one of the very first things that I really want to make sure while I was designing the curriculum for this assignment was that the principles, the core principles in the curriculum will match those of the American space and also the ones that we have at Centro Cultural, right? So we are a language institution, and at first I thought that a good idea would be to actually teach English, teach the English language through gaming and esports, but then there were some changes along the way, and this ended up being different. I designed a curriculum that was much more oriented towards developing soft skills and also STEAM. I decided to include that A of arts, right? Because I think that much of the work that is done by students, by the club members, participants, has to do with designing logo, designing as well the social media post, and so on and so forth. So I didn't really want to leave that element out of the areas that I will cover in the curriculum. So I also considered as a form to match what we do at Centro Cultural with this new project in our institution to use GBL but also PBL, right? So that'll have project-based learning, and this will be one of the greatest principles, one of the leading principles of the curriculum itself. For the for students, what they will have to do as a big project is to really organize 1 or 2 tournaments. There is one first tournament right in the middle of the curriculum. That's going to be an internal tournament, so it's only going to be for us. But then once students have gathered enough experience, they will have the opportunity to create a second tournament with another club, whether it's local club or an international club. The idea is that we expand the network, that we expand our contact with other cultures and with other clubs, right? So that's a social element of the curriculum that I didn't really want to leave out. Now, how is it that I'm involving students in the lesson design process? Well, it's very simple because I'm following NASEF ecosystem. So the esports ecosystem that is actually adopted by NASEF. And in the club, there are different, we have strategies, we have the organizers, we also have content creators. So every single class or every single session, not so much classes, but sessions, they are given some tasks to fulfill, some activities to complete, but these activities are rather open, so they will have certain guidelines. But what's most important is that they are actually contributing in their own way. So these students are the ones that are giving their personal touch to these activities, which I find that to be incredible. It's almost as if you were moderating instead of imposing any like class or particular lesson plan, right? It's a bit more flexible, and you always have this student element, student created material, which is great, right? So yeah, we do have blog posts, we do have in terms of learning artifacts, students using social media as well. In the posts, in the publications, you're gonna see that they're using the English language, which was required of the club to do, right? Even though I didn't want to have like a full let's teach English through esports, that was an element that I couldn't discard, couldn't get rid of that. So it's a present element right there. These sessions look phenomenal. They're all being held virtually over Zoom, and they start with the warm-up. Then students get to see, or club participants get to see a few activities there. And at the end, they're going to have some time with Minecraft. So GPL, it's also important. We're definitely getting this to the next level, but it's a step-by-step process.
Hello, my name is Megan Wallace and I'm in Brisbane, Australia, and I'm going to show you through our Da Vinci's workshop, which is our STEM hub in our school. So this is the entrance to our space. We've got our lovely sign and our history of gaming as we move into the space. In here, students do STEM lessons, digital technologies lessons, or computer science in some countries, as well as our esports program. As we go up here, we've got some lovely artwork by our students from a couple of years ago. And these are programs, our timetables, so kids know when they're allowed in the space at particular times. As we come in, we have our lovely showcase of kids at various tournaments or just having a bit of fun, general classwork, various STEM work, tournaments such as our local exhibition, or we call it the ECA. And we have our big space. So firstly, we have our classroom space. In here, students will usually come in and start in this space to meet with their teacher, get given a bit of instruction. They'll often do group work in this space. It's also great to spread out. Over here is what is our semi-esports lab, as well as our robotics programming computers. So these are custom computers, well, not custom, they're custom software, but they're pretty old, that I've managed to source from around the school and around the community. Some of them are as old as about 10 years, but we have one here that's one of our new esports gaming computers, nice and pretty. We've just applied for a grant to hopefully get a few more of these and have a bit more of a proper esports lab, because at the moment they're pretty low level, so we can't do any games that require a bit of graphics. They even struggle with things like Rocket League, these ones. We move further down, we go into our robotics area. This is usually our robotics table at the moment. It's got all my posters being sorted out. And this is our robotics storage lab. So we've got our Lego spaces, all lovely organised with all the Lego pieces, and the storage and charging bays in there as well. And here we have our esports centre for our consoles. So we have our Switch set up there with our lovely seating, and students love to come in here at lunchtime. It is very common to have 30 to 40 kids in here in this space, playing and switching over, usually playing a big game of Super Smash with about 8 players. And this one also usually has a Switch on it, not at the moment, it's going elsewhere for updates. But they also can play VR in these spaces. So they're flexible spaces to use for whatever the students want. We have a few couch spaces, breakout spaces where students can learn, and storage spaces down the back, and another lounge space where students can use the boards, as sometimes it'll be used by a teacher in that area, or most common the kids play the retro game on the Wii. And down the end is actually our inclusive learning centre. So this space is for a special space we have for our high needs students, and we have a great partnership with them because many of them gravitate to this particular space. This year we do plan to be going live. It's been a bit interesting at the beginning of the year. We are working online because this is a training day for our staff today. And our students will be starting online and eventually going back to working live in the space. We hope to have our program running a few competitive games, but largely focusing in the casual gaming space. That's something that I've learnt throughout this fellowship, is the power of having the kids just play together for fun. and not too focused on the competitive side of things, and let that come out of the casual side of gaming. So this space is going to be open on Friday afternoons so that they can grab that space and to build that culture, and then we'll focus on some of the competitive ones. We'll largely be doing Minecraft, a lot of the Switch games like Mario Kart and Rocket League and those sort of ones there, and hoping to go into some more League of Legends and other PC games if we get that grant that we have applied for. So thanks for visiting Earnshaw State College, and I look forward to seeing what other people have been doing as well.
This particular unit is one where we are looking at the cybersecurity elements of esports. We've called this unit Cyber Life. Throughout the unit, students are going to be part of a simulation where they are going to create a computing innovation and present it to a conference. They play the parts of different stakeholders of the future school of esports. So they might be playing the part of a student or a parent or a staff member in that school community. They'll have a bit of a role description as well, and they're going to try and to define the needs of themselves as that stakeholder, as well as try to consider the other needs of other stakeholders in this particular simulation. They'll also need to, in their innovation project that they're going to present, they'll need to consider elements like privacy, security, protecting data, all of those sort of elements as we go. It is not one particular, it's really one big assignment, and they'll work on different components of it through each stage of this unit. In particular here, our focus is for students just to get an opportunity to look at cybersecurity within esports. This is a career area that is one of the most up and coming at the moment, and really important for students to start to grab a concept of that, as well as looking in at how, if this could be a viable career option for them. So within esports, it is an area around that management of these environments and being secure, all of that sort of thing. I hope this has been helpful. I hope the unit is very helpful for you too, and I have enjoyed working on this throughout the process. Thanks.
Hi everybody, my name is Dan. I teach grade 7-8 at Holy Family School in Wallaceburg, Ontario, and in this video I'm going to go over the curriculum unit I developed based on the esports program implemented in my classroom, as well as connections to 3D game design using the Unreal Engine. So the idea behind this curriculum is that I wanted students to imagine what it would be like to have a multi-million-dollar esports facility to play in and compete in and learn in. And obviously that's not something that we can build physically in real life because we don't have that kind of cash at my school. However, using the Unreal Engine, students are actually able to take their concept, take their ideas, and bring them to life in a 3D virtual space. The idea behind the entire curriculum is that students get to know about esports, they practice different roles within an esports team, they do some research about different careers related to esports, and then they take all of their learning and apply the skills they learned with the Unreal Engine to create an interactive 3D lab that showcases their learning. The unit is aligned to a number of ISTE standards, as well as standards in the curriculum expectations from the Ontario curriculum in language, mathematics, science, and visual arts, which I've listed also in the document for this unit. So in module number 1, students kind of get their feet wet in esports, and they explore different aspects of esports, including related career fields. And they do this by starting off with the NASEF domain survey to sort of see where their interests already align with different careers in esports. In module number 2, we kind of dive in a little bit deeper into the business aspect of esports, I guess you would say, and students kind of learn some graphic design skills, layout skills, and some language skills, as well as social media skills. But basically, language skills, media literacy skills, and graphic design skills are the sort of key skills I wanted them to get in this unit. So I include examples of finished student work for anyone who's using the curriculum to kind of see what students should be aiming towards. And we used a number of different resources that are available online for free, Canva and Google Slides and Pixlr and things like that. So we don't require the use of any sophisticated paid software like Adobe Illustrator. In module number 3, this is the shortest module. This is where students kind of learn a little bit about shoutcasting and streaming. So they learn a little bit about OBS software, how to create a team banner, a stinger transition, etc. They learn how to stream to YouTube, to our class YouTube channel. They learn about what is showcasting, what is color casting, what makes for an effective showcasting. So here we're working on our communication skills and our language skills. And then they practice by showcasting pre-recorded games, Rocket League games from YouTube. And then ultimately they go live and they showcast. Everyone takes a turn to showcast in pairs a game that their team is actually playing against the other team from the class. The last module is the longest module because it involves students learning skills in the Unreal Engine. Realistically, this would probably take about 2 months to learn all the different skills and kind of build on the culminating assignment. So in order to help with this last unit, I've included for educators some online resources, links to different tutorials and support documents from the Unreal Engine that are there to help both the teacher and the students. Students can view these as well, sort of learn basic skills in the Unreal Engine that will allow them to create an esports lab.
Hi everybody, welcome to the Library, Collaborative Learning Space, Robotics Lab, and Esports Lab at Holy Family School. Let me show you around. The Esports Lab at Holy Family School is comprised of 10 computers that were previously part of a TLLP project that focused on robotics, 3D game design, and 3D animation and cinematics. We've recently upgraded our Esports Lab with some RGB lighting in red to reflect our school colors, as well as some gaming headsets and 5 new LCD high-performance gaming monitors, which was part of our Christmas PS5 raffle fundraiser. Currently, the esports program at Holy Family is limited to the grade 7-8 class, that's my class, but we're looking forward to opening it up to all students from grades 5 to 8 once COVID restrictions are lifted. I've been implementing aspects of the NASEF middle school curriculum, especially surrounding social emotional learning, and I've organized my program where my students are divided into 2 esports teams with various roles, and they get to explore a number of different roles associated with esports, including graphic design, video production, showcasting, marketing, and so on. We play a number of different games in our esports program, especially when we're talking about analyzing the narrative structure of games, but for competition, we focus on Rocket League. Students love Rocket League. We've entered in a number of open tournaments as well as played a number of friendly games, and we actually qualified 1 team for the Esport Canada National Open tournament back in November. While esports is my new passion and interest, my long-time interest has been in game development and using the Unreal Engine to teach 21st century skills, game design, animation, etc. I challenged my students as one of our assignments to develop their ideal esports lab using the Unreal Engine, using free assets that they can get in the Unreal Engine. And I'd like to share with you now and close the video with one of their creations. This is the ideal esports lab. If anybody has $1 million or $2 that they want to donate to our program to make this dream come true, please hit me up.